Good morning, everyone. My name is Ala Kamel, and I'm serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, which we call SACC. And for this meeting and in my role, I will be opening the fourth day of the public meeting on the SACC review of EPA's draft risk evaluations for dibutyl phthalates, DBP, dicyclohexyl phthalates, DCHP, and di-2-ethylhexyl phthalates, DEHP, and the technical support documents for butylbenzyl phthalate, BBP, and diisobutyl phthalates, DIBP, and the cross-phthalate human health benchmark dose, BMD analysis, cancer analysis, and cumulative risk assessment technical support documents. I would like to repeat that the SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. As a reminder, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube, and you can access the link from the meeting website, which is on the agenda. I would also like to thank Dr. George Cobb and Dr. Robin Ann Gentry for facilitating the sessions yesterday and throughout the whole meeting. And I would also like to thank the committee members and ad hoc reviewers. Thank you very much. And now I turn it over to the chair of this session, Dr. George Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Kamel, and welcome to everyone. I'd like to acknowledge the EPA for all the hard work they've done in the committee as well for the yeoman's job in getting this, this review to this point in the meeting. I'd like to go over a few scheduling topics for today. So that we're not, so that we're being conscientious of everyone's time, the public, the EPA offices, and committee members. So we're going to take clarifying questions and comments from the committee, and then if based on any of that information, we'll take clarifying questions from EPA as we normally do at the beginning of every day. Then we're going to move into a couple of breakout sessions for writing groups that are not yet, or discussant groups that are not yet prepared to make unified types of recommendations and provide that advice to EPA. That will take perhaps as long as an hour and a half. And then we will reconvene approximately an hour and a half after we go into breakout groups. We'll then proceed to cover charge questions 11 and 12. And that may take us to lunch. And then after charge question 12, we will begin with, I believe it's charge question 15. At some point during lunch, charge question 6B will also need to have a breakout group to discuss items from their dialogue earlier in the week. And when they come back from that breakout group right after lunch, we will certainly have to have a report, even if it's very brief, from them. And then we'll proceed with the rest of the meeting and get to as much today as we can. So I hope that provides some context for what we're going to be doing today. And I appreciate folks bearing with me for going through that. I'll ask Dr. Kamel if there are things that I omitted there.
No, that sounds good. So the breakout rooms during lunchtime, that would be 75 minutes like yesterday, right?
The breakout rooms will be as long as they need to be, but I think to avoid the rush, the post meeting rush that we had yesterday, if we have an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, that would be great. And that is one thing I forgot to mention. So thank you.
Okay. And the morning breakout rooms, which will happen after the introduction, is this going to be 45 minutes or 75?
Well, there'll be two, and one is 45, and I'm yet to determine if the
Okay.
other is 30 minutes or 45. I'm not 100% sure yet. So
Okay.
there'll need to be two. One is 45, and then there's another one that follows along after.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Dr. Gentry, is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that's my understanding. Since we have so many people who overlap with
Right.
those questions, we will need to do the sessions back to back.
Right. Okay. So with that, I will do one of the things I sometimes forget to do, and I was worried I would forget to do it today after doing the schedule, is need to take the roll. So Dr. Chason?
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Ike?
Good morning. I'm here.
Dr. Pong?
Good morning. I'm here. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Fox?
Here.
Dr. Gentry, I just heard you. Dr. Graham? I see Cynthia. We'll come back. Dr. Heiger Bernays?
Here. Good morning.
Dr. Jenkins?
Here. Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, I see you, Cynthia. Do you want to say here, or we'll call
I'm here. Sorry for the delay.
Or as our former member Bill Doucette used to say, virtually here. Dr. Lee?
Good morning, I'm here.
Dr. Merced Nieves?
Good morning, I'm also here.
Dr. Ottinger?
Good morning.
Dr. Samuel?
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Babbage?
I'm here.
Dr. Chang?
Right here.
Great. Dr. David?
Present.
Dr. Fanning?
I'm here. Good morning.
Morning. Dr. Martinez?
Good morning. I'm present.
Great, thank you. Dr. Rowlands?
Good morning. I'm here.
Great. Dr. Spade?
Here. Good morning.
Morning. And Dr. Wolf?
Here.
Excellent. So everybody's here. And now I would like to move into some discussion of topics that may have come up that may have been omitted in comments earlier, or that may have come up in your thoughts over the evening. So I'll open it up to the committee for any comments that they have about questions that have been discussed earlier, or questions about what we've done. Dr. Ottinger?
Yes, I wanted to bring up a little more detail about the issue of follicular reserve and reduction in ovarian function that's associated with exposure, especially to DEHP and also to other phthalates. One of the comments that I made briefly, I believe it was yesterday, was that there could be some effect on human perimenopausal, how it progresses, and potentially early menopause due to the fact that the phthalates, and especially again DEHP, can exert effects on ovarian follicular reserve. If that's diminished, then that results in potentially premature ovarian loss of ovarian function, and that would be leading then to a shortening of reproductive lifespan, not only in humans, but also in any female vertebrate. And so that point is relevant to a number of the charge questions, but apparently, well, It's particularly important for the charge questions under 5, several of them, and therefore should be considered not only for humans, but also for reproductive lifespan in wildlife. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there other comments from the committee? I thought I had heard a couple of others. Dr. Spade.
Hi. Yeah, thanks. I have a clarifying question for EPA. Is now the time for that?
It is.
Okay. So the question that I want to ask came up just in the discussions of several of the charge questions, including 5F, 10, 11, and 12. That require SACC to make recommendations based on EPA's BMD analysis. And one of the key challenges for the SACC is the lack of BMD5 estimates for 2 of the phthalates and the lack of a BMD10 estimate for 1 of the phthalates, which EPA knows and acknowledged in the report. So, as a result of that, I think some of the charge groups have questioned whether the limitation associated with the metaphor package being able to generate those numbers, whether that indicates that it's not the best BMD modeling tool for the data under review. And what other information would be available to help us understand, potency scaling based on BMD40 and whether that relationship is consistent at lower response levels. So I want to say that we, appreciate the overview of EPA's BMD modeling approach that was provided in the technical presentation, which was really helpful, and we understand, the size and scope of the challenge, and appreciate the amount of work that EPA has done here and the quality of work. But the clarifying question that we have is just, will EPA clarify for the SACC whether other BMD analysis tools were evaluated to see if they might provide more complete model fits that will generate BMD5 and BMD10 estimates for all of the phthalates under consideration? And if so, is there a reason why Metaphor was selected over other tools that might provide those values? Because that would help us to generate our responses with a little bit more precision. So thank you.
Excellent. Good question. And I see Dr. Luz from EPA.
Yeah, thanks for the question. This is Anthony Luz with EPA. Yeah, so in cases for like DIBP and BBP, where the metaphor package and that meta-analysis didn't provide BMD5 or BMDL5 estimates for those 2 phthalates, we did run the individual studies using EPA's, standard BMDS software. So that information is available for DIBP and BBP. And it's provided in appendices in both of those non-cancer technical support documents. But for the other phthalates, because the metaphor package provided us with results at the 5, 10, and 40% response levels, we didn't run the individual studies in BMDS. We just relied on the metaphor package. Does that help answer your question?
Absolutely helps. And I'm sorry, because this is the second time in this meeting that I missed something that was in an appendix. If I could ask just one follow-up there, if the other phthalates were not evaluated in BMDS, are the model fits similar enough that the comparison of the BMDS estimates of BMD5 and BMD10 could be compared with the metaphor estimates for those chemicals?
Are you asking if we were to run those other phthalates in BMDS, would they be comparable?
Or in other words, what would be your view of the validity of generating a relative potency factor based on the BMD5 for BBP in BMDS versus the BMD5 of DBP in Metaphor, or generated by Metaphor? That might be an unfair question to ask on the spot.
Yeah, I think, I think whenever you're generating RPFs, you want to keep as many variables constant as possible. So if we were to go from, the metaphor package to the BMDS, I think for all the other phthalates, the best fitting model is the linear quadratic from metaphor. And if we were to go to BBP or DIBP, I think, from the BMDS analysis using EPA software, the best fitting model, I think, is exponential 3 or exponential 5. So it would be a different model fit. So they wouldn't be perfect comparisons in my opinion. But, we look forward to SACC's, recommendations or thoughts on that if you think it's something we should pursue.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful clarification.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the discussion and Dr. Lowe's, your willingness to provide some thoughts on that. That's very helpful. And to Dr. Spade, these documents are very complex. I am not complaining. I'm just saying that I have found myself going from one document to a reference document to another reference document and then finding the appendix. And so it's like mining for minerals or gems. You just have to keep digging. But yeah, that happens sometimes. Do not worry. Dr. Chason.
Thank you. I have to apologize in advance if this is also somewhere, but last evening, Dr. Spade and I got into a conversation, and frankly, I just got very confused as to if I had actually seen something in the document or just wasn't remembering it correctly. So maybe EPA can help me out. What is it? Do you use metaphor as the go-to unless it doesn't give the kind of reading that is useful for it, such as in this case, or do you use the EPA model? And the second part of that question is, given the presentation about metaphor the other day, was that your understanding of the regression of how this is properly used, or because previously I had assumed it operated differently. Could you comment on that? And once again, if that's already in one of the write-ups, I just couldn't relocate it last night. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Dr. Chason. This is Anthony Laws with EPA. I can comment on that. So the reason why the metaphor package and that BMD analysis was our go-to was in part because it allowed us to integrate fetal testicular testosterone data from multiple studies into the single analysis, allowing us to, make use of as much data as possible in generating our BMD estimates. And that's why we went to that first before, doing the subsequent BMDS analysis, because that's on a study-by-study basis. So that's the reason why we started with the metaphor package. And in the case of the two phthalates, DIBP and BBP, where it couldn't generate BMD5 or BMDL5 estimates, we went and did the subsequent BMDS analysis using EPA's BMDS software. So I think that maybe that answers your first question. Can you remind me, what was your second question?
My second question was, when we heard the presentation on day one about metaphor, there were some descriptions of how they do the regression that was new to me, frankly. I mean, I think I had made assumptions that were different, but was EPA on board fully understanding how metaphor worked before hearing the presentation on Monday?
Yeah, I think we used metaphor because, the benefit was it allowed us to combine data from multiple studies. And, we knew kind of setting out that it had some limitations, it only modeled, it only had two models to estimate BMDs, the linear and linear quadratic. So that was a limitation we kind of set out knowing and being aware of.
Yeah, I just, frankly, I was a little surprised, but I don't use that very frequently or wasn't as familiar. Thanks for your help with that. I appreciate it.
Of course.
And Dr. Babich.
I just wanted to clarify one thing, where the the relative potency factors, and were they based on the linear model or the linear quadratic model?
Dr. Babich, same thing as with EPA. Those were all based on the best fitting model based on lowest AIC. So both models were run for all of the phthalates, but in all cases, the linear quadratic model had the lower AIC. So we moved ahead with the model results from the linear quadratic model. So the RPFs are based on the linear quadratic model, not the linear.
Thank you.
Dr. Gentry?
Thank you, Dr. Lutz. Just one more question for clarification or comment, just to make sure I understand. And this is around your two options you're presenting. So option one is relying on the metaphor results and the relative potency, but option two is relying on what I'll call the traditional no AL, low AL, or benchmark dose modeling conducted to identify a no AL equivalent, like the benchmark dose technical guidance. So the difference between those two approaches can provide you the impact of using the metaphor results for relative potency versus a value in the lower dose range, like a traditional POD no AL. So those options incorporate two different ways of estimating potency and can tell you the difference in those different approaches. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can comment on that. I think the way you described option one is correct. So all the exposures from the individual COUs are scaled by RPFs. Same with the NHANES data, that non-attributable cumulative exposure, those are all scaled by RPFs. So every single exposure that's added together is expressed in DBP equivalents and added together in DBP equivalents and compared to the DBP point of departure, the BMDL5. So that's option one. Option two, for the NHANES component, so that non-attributable cumulative, all of those exposures are still scaled by RPFs and expressed in DBP equivalents and compared to the DBP point of departure. However, the main difference for option two is that the exposures from each individual TSCA COU, they remain in their original chemical exposure. So for example, if we're thinking about a BBP condition of use, those BBP exposures remain in units of BBP exposure. They're not scaled by RPF, and they're compared to the BBP point of departure. So option two is kind of a mix. You have the RPFs and the scaling for the NHANES, and then for the TSCA COU, those exposures are not scaled, so they're compared to the individual chemical point of departure. And then you add those MOEs that are calculated. Does that answer your question, Dr. Gentry?
Well, I think at the end you did, because what I wanted clarification on is just the point of departure.
Yes.
That piece in option two is the traditional BMDS modeling, and which model, or a no AL, low AL. While option one uses the results from the metaphor to gauge relative potency. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
But just want to emphasize that like the RPFs are used for the NHANES component for both options one and option two.
But that's the exposure piece.
That is the exposure piece. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I could just follow that up, the RPFs are used for the exposure piece for the NHANES component in both options, but also the DBP POD is used for the MOEs for that component, correct?
Correct, yeah, because you're applying
Yes.
your RPFs, everything's expressed in DBP equivalents. So everything is compared to the DBP point of departure, which is the BMDL5 from the meta-analysis.
Right. So in option two, we have two different PODs that are combined to generate the final MOE risks that we compared to benchmark.
Correct. Yeah. So again, if we
Yes,
think about
thank
that
you.
BBP example, yeah, he used the BBP point of departure and then the DBP point of departure for NHANES.
So I'm going back for clarification too. So the individual phthalate PODs are not used as part of option 2.
They are, yes, for the TSCA COU component that's added.
Just for the relative potency, like for scaling the exposure based on relative potency. Your actual POD you're relying on for every calculation is DBP, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the MOEs are calculated using the individual chemical point of departure for
Okay.
option 2.
Okay.
It's just for the NHANES where you use the DBP point of departure, the NHANES exposure component.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the confusion comes in for folks that there's several steps to the process that EPA has clarified, and some of those steps refer to the exposures that are specific to the TSCA condition of use in the individual risk evaluation. Those are combined and melded with, I'm not going to say added because but they are combined then with the MOE from the cumulative exposure. And in option 1, the same POD is used for both those components. And in option 2, you have the individual phthalate for the COU, and you have the DBP to the scaled NHANES component.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great discussion. Thanks to all for that. And I see Dr. Cheng has got a question or comment.
Oh yeah, hi. Thank you. I guess I have 2 questions for EPA. The first one is that, is there any other software that EPA can use to model the dose response at the lower end? I guess not, but I just want to ask. The second question is that for the exposure, the non-attributable exposure from NHANES dataset, can we also choose to use the individual POD instead of the potency ceiling to assess the risk? All right, thank you.
Please proceed.
Dr. Cheng. Yeah, the same thing as with EPA. You cut out a little bit there, so I might have missed part of your second question. But for your first question, asking if we had considered using any other software for the low end range of the curve. Again, we relied on Metaphor and that meta-analysis package because it allowed us to combine data from multiple studies prior to modeling. And then only when that kind of failed to provide us with BMD estimates in the low end range of the curve did we proceed to EPA's benchmark dose software. So I guess that maybe to answer your question, we didn't consider anything beyond those 2, but if you have suggestions, we look forward to the committee's recommendations there. And maybe could you ask your second question again? You cut out a little bit earlier.
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah. The second question is regarding the exposure, the assessment to the exposure from NHANES dataset. Yeah, for those exposures, do you think we can also utilize the option 2, the individual POD for each phthalate to calculate a cumulative MOE from there? I'm just curious. Thank you.
So you're asking as if you can take the, BBP exposure from NHANES and use the BBP MOE, the BBP POD to calculate an MOE and do that for each individual component of NHANES. And is that what you're asking?
Right, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that. Again, we as EPA haven't done that calculation. But again, we look forward to the committee's discussion and recommendations in that space.
So potency scaling is an option. It's not a like 100% absolute necessary. Is that
right? Well, I think what you just described is kind of analogous to calculating like hazard quotients, and then you'd sum those quotients up and get a hazard index. So it'd kind of be more like a hazard index approach versus a relative potency factor approach, if that makes sense.
somewhat, right? But Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Very good discussion. Now, any other comments from the committee? I will just say that based on our conversations, I have been thinking about various aspects of this review, and been done a little literature review, and I've found some references I think are going to be very helpful for some of our discussions today. I am having some problems with my software downloading the documents that the search found. So we can cover those perhaps after lunch at some point. I think I heard Dr. Chason.
Yeah, just one more clarification question. When using the data from NHANES, could you refresh my memory? Were you able to look at the metabolites as a function of which population subgroup was being considered, or was that from the total population pool?
Anthony Loves with EPA. We did some subgroup analyses. So we looked at, women of reproductive age, and we did a breakout by race and socioeconomic status. And similarly, we broke out, children of different age groups, including male children. So we did do those subgroup analyses for each individual phthalate and, their associated urinary metabolites.
Are those in part of the data back in, do you know if you presented that? Once again, I'm sorry, we just ran out of time trying to find the answers to these questions. So
yeah, I can definitely clarify. I think in the GenPop assessment for each of the individual phthalates, there's an NHANES analysis. So in that NHANES analysis, we do the breakout for each individual phthalate, for each individual chemical. And then in the cumulative TSD, we combine it all to show the cumulative exposure estimates.
Okay, all right. And were there differences in the relative contribution to the total phthalate load, body loads? Do you know if that is the case? Because in the case particularly of children or women per unit weight in the body, do you know if was calculated that way to see if there was a relative difference in the probable exposure the moieties to which they were probably exposed, given, I think, your reasonable assumptions as to what metabolites go to which parent? Was that coherent?
I think I maybe got.
Oops.
What your 95th percentile. So we were relying on that.
Dr. Lowe's, you broke up for about 10 seconds. So maybe if you could start over again. Sorry.
Apologies. Yeah, we seem to be having some audio issues in the room. So I think I mostly got your question, Dr. Chason. And I might ask my colleague, Dr. Arashir, to jump in if you need more information.
Yeah, just the motive for my question, which might be easier for you to understand, is it seems, looking at this from the other side, just from the exposure, that the profile of exposures for young children particularly would be different, obviously, than for an adult. And there would be a difference, therefore, in the relative contribution to the total and a relative contribution to the body weight, frankly, of the children as differentiated from the adult. And that's what I was trying to find.
Yeah, okay. So yes, so we did look at the relative contribution of each phthalate to the exposure profile for the various groups we looked at. So that will be in the revised cumulative technical support document and the NHANES analysis section. You should see some figures showing kind of pie graphs showing kind of the breakdown and contribution of each phthalate to the exposure profile. And I think also in the table have the exact percentage breakdowns.
Okay. I remember seeing that now. Yeah, it wasn't on the table, it was on the pie. Okay. And just maybe you can help me out. So you did see those profile changes?
There were, apparent differences, just, eyeballing it between age groups and populations. But I don't believe we conducted a statistical analysis to say like this was statistically different from this.
Okay.
But just eyeballing it and looking at like the percent contribution of, various phthalates to various age groups, there were, pretty clearly some differences.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, great discussion. And I really do appreciate the discussion from folks at EPA. This is very helpful. Dr. Ottinger.
Just a very quick, just to clarify and follow up on Dr. Chason's question. With the aging, is it possible to break out, and I apologize, I need to go back to that document and take a look. The effects on aging women and the perimenopause, is there enough information to be able to look at that across the different phthalates?
I think we focused on, this is the same thing I was with EPA, sorry. I think we did focus on women 16 to 49. So that's the women of reproductive age.
Right. Okay.
I don't believe we looked at the older age groups, but I would have to confirm.
And not a problem. I just was looking for confirmation. Thank you.
Yeah.
To that point, Dr. Ottinger, you may already have the reference, but one of the things I uncovered in my search unintentionally was a follicular study or follicle impairment or impact study that is in the literature that that's what part of what I'm trying to gather right now.
And I think I had sent and I may not have sent it to you. It's in the folder with papers. I think I uploaded a couple of papers as well. So we're, I think, going down. I think we have what we need for that, but thank you very much.
Yes. Nice discussion. Thank you for the question. Thank you, EPA, for the answer. I truly appreciate it. At this point, I think we're going to move into a breakout session for charge questions 11 and 12 together. And then I believe it's charge question 15. Dr. Samuel has things to discuss as well that will occur primarily after the 11 and 12 group gets finished. But Dr. Samuel, if you want to get started a little earlier with a smaller group, that's fine too.
No, thank you. And just to clarify, it's actually charge question 16.
Oh, 16.
Not 15. Sorry. I think we are good on 15. And I don't think it's going to take us very long at all for that group. That being said, of course, I want to make sure we have the time we need. So thank you.
Okay. So, and Dr. Chason, do you think 45 minutes is enough for your group? Do you think not?
Yeah, but I said that yesterday too, so I'm not sure it's credible, but we're going to do our best. Dr. Lee's going to lead the conversation, and
will an hour
I
be
think
more?
We've narrowed the range of our conversation.
Will an hour be more comfortable for your group?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And Dr. Samuel, 15, 20, 30?
I think 15 to 30 minutes should be enough.
Okay. So let's plan on, just so that we don't run into multiple time changes, let's plan on an hour for the first breakout and a half an hour for the second breakout. And then Dr. Kamel, are there DFO things that we need to, FACA items we need to make sure we're adhering to?
Sure. We're gonna monitor and depending on how many people are in these breakout rooms, we're gonna let you know. So for now, we're going to break out into other rooms, into other breakout rooms, and the public and other audiences who are listening, we will pause this meeting until, so we said 1 hour and 30 minutes, that's 90 minutes. And then we will be back after 90 minutes, continuing discussing the charge questions until lunchtime. And then during lunchtime, we have another breakout for 75 minutes, and then we will continue after that. So from now until 90 minutes from now, we're going to pause this meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Kamel.
You're welcome.
Right. Welcome back, everyone. This is George Cobb, Chair of the EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, and we are reconvening our session, our public portion. And I'm going to first ask Dr. Kemmel if there are administrative issues that we need to address before we proceed.
There isn't any right now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And we did take the roll in the morning, and we can see who's logged in. So I think we're good there on participants and quorum. I'd like to thank everyone who has in the public who has borne with us while we had these very important and informative discussions that were really detailed and might have been too much to have everybody spend their time listening to. But we will have readouts from each of the breakouts, and mostly it's going to be response to the charge questions, but the nature of the dialogues that happened in the breakout rooms could also be provided here, just so that we're clear on what transpired during those discussions. And the first charge question that we are coming to now is charge question 11. And so I'll ask if those leads are ready for that response. Dr. Chasen, was that going to be you or Dr. Lee?
And that's going to be Dr. Lee. Thank you.
That's what I thought I understood from the breakout room, but I left for half an hour to go to a different breakout room, so I wanted to make sure. So now, Dr. Lee, if you would provide the response to the wait, let's back up. The EPA has to read charge question 11 for us. I'm sorry, I've gotten a little bit off kilter here. EPA, will you please read charge question 11 into the record for us?
Yes, Dr. Cobb, if it's okay, we'd actually like to start by making and reading into the record of some of the question edits that we had made for previous charge questions. So any typos that were sort of fixed at the preparatory meeting, just to have it in the record. Oh, I'm sorry, I think you're on mute.
Yes, I was just going to say that's certainly good. If you would like to do that, I will also say that your audio was breaking up a little bit, not completely, but a little bit. So just be aware of that.
Yes, I'm sorry. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here, and hopefully, if there's anything I missed, please ask me to repeat it again. But yes, this is Maiko Arashiro for the US EPA, and I am going to read some changes to the charge questions that were edited after the preparatory meeting. So for charge question 3, the final sentence, we had added "and vertebrates." For charge question 5A, we had deleted reference to metabolic syndrome and added "and lipid metabolism." For charge question 11, we fixed the typo, which had said Tosca A to just Tosca. There was an additional A. Charge question 14, we added references to memo for DBP dermal absorption data. Question 16, we had changed non-volatile to semi-volatile. In charge question 19C, we fixed a typo where we deleted "to" in the final sentence. And that's all of the changes that were made and fixed in the docket. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And can you clarify which charge question was non-volatile changed to semi-volatile?
That was charge question 16.
Yeah, well, I think the version we have, well, the version that we had received that I saw for today still had non-volatile in it, but we can get to that when we get to 16. So if you want to go ahead with charge question 11, we're in good shape.
Sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is Michael Arashiro with the US EPA, reading in charge question 11. In section 5 of the revised draft technical support document for the cumulative risk analysis of DEHP, DBP, BBP, DIBP, DCHP, and DINP under the Toxic Substance Control Act, TSCA, EPA describes two options for characterizing cumulative risk from exposures to phthalates under TSCA. Option 1 involves scaling each individual exposure by relative potency factors using RPFs to express all phthalate exposures in terms of index chemical DBP equivalents, and then combining exposures from individual consumer or worker COUs or OESs with non-attributable cumulative exposures estimated from NHANES biomonitoring data to estimate cumulative risk, section 5.1. For option 2, phthalate exposures from individual consumer and occupational COUs are not scaled by relative potency using RPFs, but instead use the individual phthalate POD to estimate risk, which is then combined with non-attributable cumulative exposure and risk estimated using NHANES, section 5.2. Part A, please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of option 1.
Thank you, Dr. Arashiro, for reading that into the record for us. And now we'll turn to Dr. Lee to read the response to that first part of the charge question. Where's Dr. Lee?
Dr. Cobb, I'll just add, the response to this question will be both A and B. They're going to combine looking at options 1 and 2. So we will have a response that is for both 11A and 11B combined.
The problem here is Dr. Chasen said Dr. Lee was going to provide the response, and he's not there.
Okay. Well, how about I try to read into the record? I'll begin. Here's Dr.
There he
Lee.
is.
Great.
Dr. Lee, you are up for reading in charge question 11. Response, please.
Sorry.
We are now ready for you to provide the response for charge question 11, please.
Oh, I was asking Dr. Chasen to provide this.
Dr. Cobb, if it's okay, should we read into the record part B as well, since it does sound like part A and part B will be combined in this response?
That is actually an excellent idea. Thank you.
Great. This is Michael Arashiro for the US EPA with charge question 11B. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of option 2. Thank you.
Okay. Now, thank you, Dr. Arashiro, again. And then either Dr. Lee or Dr. Chasen, someone has to provide the response.
So Dr. Chasen will read the response into record.
Okay, sorry, a little confusion here. Just 1 second, please. I apologize. We each thought the other person was going to do this.
Well, and there was a lot of
it'll just take me 1 second.
There was a lot of discussion and some text that needed to be edited, so there's it's understandable.
First of all, to EPA and the public, we've been working on this document that I'm going to read in up until just literally moments ago, and so there may be some issues with editorial quality, And we apologize, but we just had absolutely no time for looking for that kind of thing. I assure you that our written report will be much more organized. Nonetheless, I think that the content in this reflects a tremendous amount of work on the part of the entire group of people that made contributions. So I'll read into the record now our response. EPA requested the committee respond to the strengths and weaknesses of the two options in separate charge questions. However, the committee found that the logic in discussing these options were so intertwined that creating separate responses was awkward, and a better response could be fashioned for EPA in a single report. Hence, we present a combined response for charge question 11A and charge question 11B. Assessment of the potential exposure and consequential health risks of these phthalates is undertaken by EPA with constraints and challenges that must be recognized, including rulemaking. One, rulemaking is permitted only for individual chemicals as expressed for individual uses of each chemical, not to a family of chemicals or overall risk for a group or use within the chemical. Rulemaking must also consider scenarios where subpopulations may experience high exposures or are sensitive to a given exposure. Hence, the consequence of exposure is greater for that population, meaning pests. Also, apparently, aggregate and cumulative
Dr. Chasen, your audio is breaking up, so just maybe take a moment and probably for the last 10 seconds.
I'm getting a note that power is stable. So I'm not sure I can do anything about it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now. You were breaking up just a second ago. I think if you are conscientious to be looking right at your mic, you might be better off.
Okay, apparently a confident aggregate cumulative exposure assessment software that comports to state-of-the-art probabilistic approaches is not being used or available to EPA scientists doing the review. Such analysis software would make realistic, coherent quantitative calculations utilizing product usage, probability of all exposure opportunities, and full distributions of data and other well-known mathematical approaches and algorithms. Utilization of EPA's deterministic spreadsheet approach, along with its inherent assumptions to calculate exposure and risk estimates, can yield both large overestimations and underestimations of exposure scenarios. The EPA approach can utilize only one exposure scenario rather than person-based coherent exposures over varying time durations matched to the appropriate hazard metrics for chosen exposure durations and periodicity, life stages, etc. This has been discussed repeatedly in several SACC reviews as referenced in our following written report, along with detailed discussions on this issue. In addition to the point above, it's important to remember to consider the comparability of the model utilized across these phthalates on the adverse effects of exposure. There will be differences in the extent of adverse effects associated with life stages, early life and aging, and environmental pests at more risk due to living conditions, for example, proximity to industry or other issues, and other stressors like individual episomes. Also, pertinent to age-related responses, there are established effects of phthalate exposures, DEHP, etc., on the developing ovary, resulting in losses of follicles. This adverse outcome can be expressed later with potential effects on fertility and premature perimenopause and/or menopause. Also, there's potential damage to aging males associated with developmental exposure to phthalates, such as expressed by Radke et al. 2018. This is expressed in reduced gonadal steroids, testosterone, etc., and in sperm production, which would have potential effects on fertility. Each of the different phthalates have potential unique physiological effects as well as their bioactive metabolites, some of which have shown to have adverse effects on metabolic and reproductive endocrine systems, in addition to more general effects such as from ROS. An extensive NHANES database exists, which includes biomonitoring of phthalate metabolites across the US population, with historical data for most of those metabolites. However, the NHANES surveys are designed with sampling factors derived to optimize national profiles of exposure, not to identify exposure outliers such as pests. It does, fortunately, include limited data on some populations who may be on some subpopulations who may be particularly vulnerable to exposure. Toxicology assessments identified sensitive biological effects relevant to women of childbearing age and young males. Those subgroups are part of the NHANES sampling design. Both options utilize real, quote, real but unattributable exposure data from NHANES, as it is probable that at least some of the exposure reflected in the NHANES monitoring results from some combination of the COUs categorized by EPA. It is inevitable that some exposure profiles are duplicative. And as NHANES is not designed to capture exposures due to industrial, manufacturing, recycling, pests, or other outlier exposure conditions, it is unlikely that the data represent conditions where high exposure opportunities exist for any subpopulation. Production volume data are no help in guiding the approach to estimate trends in exposure opportunities because the categories of production volume are so broad that the resulting data are essentially useless. The EPA must estimate risk for each phthalate in reference to each use of that phthalate. Unfortunately, the information being utilized by EPA or available to EPA usually expresses exposure and exposure opportunity in terms of the family of phthalates or in terms of phthalates metabolites without distinct exposure routes or other exposure metrics. Consequently, EPA must be, quote, creative, end quote, in its approach to using the science to comport to regulatory requirements. Another challenge is the different legislations and government agencies responsible for regulatory decisions regarding phthalates and their various uses, and thus sources of exposure. It would be useful to identify those uses which would not be considered as part of the common exposure groupings, but we'll also add to this that many opinions have been voiced that all of the exposures should be discussed and quantified as part of this task. Before providing comments to compare toxicity across the phthalates, we first analyzed the key differences between options 1 and 2 to clarify the specific issues that are raised in the charge question. The two options start from the same exposure dose estimates of individual phthalates, that's attributable exposure associated with COUs and OESs, plus non-attributable exposure back calculated from NHANES. There are two differences between options 1 and 2. First, two options use different toxicity endpoints. Option 1 uses relative potency factors defined as the ratio of the toxic potential of the index chemical dibutyl phthalate, DBP, to that of each phthalate. This toxic potency is scaled by benchmark dose 40, BMD 40, values for decreased fetal testicular testosterone. In contrast, option 2 uses each phthalate's individual point of departure, POD, to estimate risk from the specific phthalate exposures under COUs for that phthalate. Some phthalates PODs are based on the BMDL5 values, decreased level, NOEL, of other phthalate syndrome related effects. Once again, I'm getting this message on my computer that the power is unstable. So if I break up, Dr. Cobb, or if I disappear on this screen, one of my colleagues on this team will have to pick up from page.
You broke up for just a couple of seconds, but it was not too bad. So
I don't know
please continue.
I don't know what's happening. So if I disappear, I hope one of my colleagues will pick up on the document that we just were amending.
Yeah, thank you.
Both options then combine MOEs for specific COUs, aggregated across exposure routes with the MOE from cumulative non-attributable exposure to mixed phthalates as estimated from NHANES and the DBP, POD, and RFPs. Second, when calculating attributable exposure, option 1 for scales exposure doses for each phthalate, for example, DEHP, DIBP, BBP, DCHP, and DIMP, from the COUs and OESs by their respective RPFs to express them in DBP equivalents. These scaled exposure doses are then combined, and the combined exposure doses are used to calculate MOEs using DBP's POD. In contrast, option 2 does not scale the exposure doses for each phthalate. Instead, exposure doses from COUs, OESs are expressed in their native units, and MOEs are calculated using each phthalate's individual POD and then combined. Option 2 generates lower MOE for DEHP when compared to option 1, primarily driven by the lower POD applied to the COU component. Option 1 generates lower MOEs for all other phthalates except for DEHP due to application of DBP, POD, and exposure scaling. In summary, the main difference between the two options is 1, the use of RPFs based on scaling of the BMD40 of single toxicity endpoint, decreased fetal testicular testosterone, in option 1 versus 2, the use of individual PODs based on phthalate-specific toxicity endpoints, BMD-L5 of decreased fetal testicular testosterone for some, and NOELs of phthalate syndrome effects for others. In option 2, applied to the COU component of the combined MOE, which considers RFPs to integrate NHANES exposure. Therefore, even the same phthalate may exhibit different relative toxic potency under the two options. The essence is that the fold difference between each phthalate's BMD and DBP's BMD differs from the fold difference between each phthalate's POD and DBP's POD. Therefore, we can expect the inconsistent MOEs for a given phthalate when comparing the two options using these current inputs for the algorithm factors. As requested by EPA, the committee articulated the strengths and weaknesses of both options. However, this exercise led to the conclusion that there are many important scientific issues and principles of cumulative risk assessment, exposure assessment, and hazard evaluation which are of equal or greater significance and will be discussed here also. The following comments address the EPA's request to point out the strengths and weaknesses of both options, stated options by EPA. Option 1 uses the same BMDs used for the COUs as are used for the CRA within the NHANES data. Option 2 makes clear to the reader as what the most sensitive endpoint is for each individual phthalate. Option 1 standardizes all phthalate exposures to DBP equivalents, allowing for a consistent comparison of toxicity based on a single biological relevant toxicity endpoint shared by different phthalates, such as decreased fetal testicular testosterone. This is because option 2 has heterogeneity in POD endpoints. This complicates the interpretation of cumulative MOEs, as different endpoints may have varying biological significance or toxicological mechanisms. Option 1 reduces complexity when integrating non-attributable cumulative exposures from NHANES biomonitoring data, which are also in DBP equivalents. This is because option 2 tends to produce lower MOEs across all phthalates due to the inclusion of NHANES data in DBP equivalents, which may overestimate risk for phthalates with less sensitive PODs. A strength of option 1 is that using DBP as the index chemical and scaling the DBP potency using an RPF approach provides some benefit of leveraging the richness of the DBP dataset in the lower dose ranges to help inform the dose response at lower ends for some phthalates. However, this is only an advantage if the RPFs are accurately derived. The committee has concerns about the RPF derived from the BMD40s in metaphor. It may be that if the questions about the RPFs can be resolved and the BMD5s can be derived from the meta-analysis, then the advantages of option 1 will increase. Option 1 adjusts exposure estimates using RPFs. However, since exposure is not a surrogate of, quote, adverse health effects, adjusting exposure estimates based on health outcome metrics is difficult to justify scientifically. Option 1 benefits of standardizing the phthalate exposures to DBP equivalents and has been recognized. However, the phthalates have been associated with numerous apical endpoints as well as transcriptional, biochemical, cellular, and organ level effects as well. While there's solid ground for developing a cumulative risk metric based on decreased fetal testicular testosterone, it is not at the same time true that this measure captures all the toxicological differences between individual phthalates. Using the best POD for each phthalate evaluated through EPA's assessment of data availability, data quality, sensitivity, etc., better leverages all available data. However, stating the above, while true, one still has to make sure that the effects used are common to all the phthalates, as identifying the common effects grouping strategy is critical to perform cumulative assessment. Based on the two CRA examples provided in tables 5.1 and 5.2, it appears that option 1 results in a lower POD for DCHP and the opposite for DEHP. Since DEHP is the main phthalate the population is exposed to and exposures may be higher and repeated, option 2 may result in lower MOEs for DEHP. In addition, EPA also noted that potency scaling, i.e. option 1, resulted in a more, quote, sensitive, end quote, risk assessment other than option 2 for some of the phthalates. Revised draft technical support document for the cumulative risk analysis under the Toxic Substance Control Act, page 62, lines 1834 to 1836. The term, quote, more sensitive is used in two different ways in this section. It's used to describe differences between the DEHP and DBP individual PODs, and then also to describe differences in the cumulative risk estimates calculated by options 1 and 2. Please clarify what more sensitive means in both contexts. Also is the cumulative risk estimate, the cumulative MOE, recommend being as clear as possible with terms and specifying the comparisons more sensitive compared to what. The need for clarification on the meaning of more sensitive also applies to table 5.3, page 80, line 23-22. Actually, that paragraph that I just read at the end of this document, as I said earlier, any editing yet. So I'm again getting the signal that the power is a problem here. So
We can hear you fine.
okay, the committee these are part of the determination of RPFs for option 1's approach for potency and adjusting exposures for COUs in option 2. These limitations were addressed as part and include the inclusion of limited regression dose response models to estimate the BMDs 5, 10, and 50. Relied upon for the determination of the RPF. The best fit linear quadratic models may not accurately be able to model sigmoid dose response curves and account for study-to-study heterogeneity and assess parallelism. These limitations, some noted previously by the SACC in the 2023 review of the methods and others provided by public commenters during the current review, if they cannot be addressed with the current software package, possibly an alternative modeling software can be used. EPA's BMD software contains models that can stimulate sigmoid dose response curves, and others have been recommended. It is clear from EPA's description of the RPF calculation that EPA would have used the ratio of BMDs of each phthalate to BMD5 for the index chemical to calculate the RPFs, rather than the ratio of the BMD40 values. The use of RPFs based on BMD40s creates uncertainty when applying option 1 because option 1 does not capture the low end of the chemical specific dose response. This uncertainty in option 1 could be reduced by revisiting the BMD modeling approach so that EPA can generate RPFs based on BMD5 ratios. There is some uncertainty in what is being relied upon for option 2. While EPA refers to the point of departure for this option, in some cases a no-L over LOA, the no-L or low-L is relied upon for individual phthalates. However, BMD modeling consistent with EPA's benchmark dose technical guidance when data are available. The BMDs estimated for option 1 are for relative potency only and don't correspond to a no-L equivalent POD as defined by the benchmark dose technical guidance, that's EPA 2012. EPA should rely upon the BMRs as defined in the technical guidance and apply BMD modeling for each phthalate in option 2, as well as consider the aspects of BMD that increase confidence in the point of departure as compared to a no-L, low-L approach as discussed in the benchmark dose technical guidance. The underlying issue that creates both strengths and uncertainties for options 1 and 2 is that the RP, when calculated from BMD 40, is based on the central tendency, near median response of the data, while option 2 relies on individual chemical PODs that represent responses at the low end of the dose response curve. If two chemicals had the same median response dose, but very different slopes, there would be no differences in relative potency as calculated by option 1, but a significant difference when using option 2. EPA presents BMD40, BMD10, BMD5 values for most of the phthalates under review for option 1, and the similarity of RPFs calculated from each value suggests that the curves are similar in shape. However, two BMD's values and one BMD10 value could not be calculated, which is a limitation. An alternative approach would be to incorporate some slope metrics into the calculation of cumulative hazard along with the BMD value. This is the approach that has been used in dose addition modeling as described in the Ryder-LeBlanc 2005 paper and applied to the phthalates in Howdeshell et al. 2008, Hannes et al. 2012, Conley et al. 2018, and Conley et al. in 2021. EPA noted this approach as conceptual support for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates, but it is unclear if consideration of the shape and slope of the dose response curve is possible in the cumulative risk characterization, and if so, whether this would alleviate the tensions between option 1 and 2 that result from possible differences in the shape and slope of the dose response curves. As discussed in previous charge question and responses, consistency in the use of BMD values should be employed where differences clearly articulate to meet scientific logic. Option 2 avoids assuming the same toxicity potency across all phthalates and does not restrict the risk assessment solely to a single endpoint, but of decreased fetal testicular testosterone. In option 1, by scaling exposure first to DBP equivalents and using RPFs, EPA is in fact evaluating each phthalate using the toxic potency from DBP. While the SACC acknowledges the strong scientific foundation for assessing cumulative risk via the fetal testicular testosterone endpoint, and while the SACC acknowledges that CRA is based on shared toxicological characteristics, for example, common target organ, common apical effect, common mode of action, etc., relying exclusively on DBP potency for all assessments may increase uncertainty. This is especially relevant given the potential for true toxicological differences among phthalates within more complex adverse outcome pathways. Phthalates have been linked to a range of apical endpoints as well as transcriptional, biochemical, cellular, and organ level effects. This may be repetitious from previously, but I'll read through it. Although decreased fetal testicular testosterone provides a scientifically valid base for developing a cumulative risk metric, it does not fully capture the diversity of toxicological responses amongst individual phthalates. It's possible that the toxicological endpoints other than the decreased fetal testicular testosterone were not selected for CRA because there's no existing evidence showing that one or more phthalates exhibit those effects. However, the absence of observed effects may simply reflect a lack of data rather than true absence of toxicity. As a result, focusing solely on the endpoint of decreased fetal testicular testosterone may overlook other shared but unrecognized toxicological characteristics among the phthalates. Therefore, option 2 allows for each phthalate's exposure to be considered with the data most relevant to that phthalate's exposure and hazard metrics, which is based on EPA's evaluation of data availability, quality, sensitivity, and other relevant factors. In option 1, by applying RPFs that are derived from oral exposure data to respiratory and dermal exposure routes, and assuming similar potency across the routes, EPA is in fact evaluating all exposure routes using the toxic potential from the oral route. This introduces uncertainty as route-specific RPFs are unavailable, and absorption or metabolism differences, for example, dermal versus oral bioavailability.
Dr. Chasen,
May affect toxicity.
You were
However,
breaking up. Dr. Chasen, you were breaking up for about maybe the last 10
RPFs
seconds.
are only relevant. Okay, I'm going to just go back to the beginning of that paragraph.
Starting oral versus.
And I apologize for this. I have no idea what's going on here all of a sudden. I think derived from oral exposure data to respiratory and dermal exposure routes, and assuming similar potency across routes, EPA is in fact evaluating all exposure routes using the toxic potential from the oral route. This is
Yeah, Dr. Chasen, I believe you're
bioavailability.
Dr. Chasen, I believe you're breaking up too.
Should Dr. Lee take over?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
Dr.
suggest.
Cobb, is there?
I was going to suggest that Dr. Lee take over.
From the group. Yeah, or Dr. Robinon, anybody, maybe one of the other leads should read this. Eleanor, are you available to read this? He doesn't want to.
I might propose that Dr. Lee, as the other designated lead discussant for charge question 11, if he's available, could continue. You might need to give him the exact location.
I apologize.
Yes, I can take it over if you want.
Okay, thank you. I have no idea I've never seen this little thing flash up before, ever. But
okay.
It's not a good warning sign, whatever.
Okay, let me get started from where you stopped.
I'm on page 7 under option where it's in the middle of the page.
Right.
Thank you. I'm sorry for this.
Technical difficulties happen. That's one of the problems with these kinds of virtual meetings. But thank you, Dr. Chasen, and thank you, Dr. Lee.
Okay, I'll go ahead. So in option 1, by applying RPFs that derive from oral exposure data to respiratory and dermal exposure routes and assuming similar potency across routes, EPA is in fact evaluating all exposure routes using the toxic potency from the oral route. This introduces uncertainty as route-specific RPFs are unavailable and absorption or metabolism differences. For example, dermal versus oral bioavailability may affect toxicity. However, route-specific RBFs are only relevant if there is a route-specific toxicity of the common effect. If this is confirmed, then appropriate uncertainty factors should be considered in cumulative risk assessment. Option 2 leverage more comprehensive data and thus avoids constraints by data availability. When deriving the RPFs for individual salads, option 1 relies on complete BMD data on the described fetal testicular testosterone for all salads, while DBP and DHP have robust datasets. Other salads like DCHP have smaller datasets, which may introduce variability or error in scaling exposures. Using salads specific toxicity endpoints in option 2 introduce uncertainty due to varied data availability, varied experimental designs, and varied data quality across salads and endpoints. For example, salads like DCHP or DINP may have fewer or less reliable studies compared to DBP or DHP, resulting in PODs with varying confidence levels. This uncertainty stems from 2 factors. First, toxicological studies vary in design, species, exposure duration, and endpoints measured. Second, salads are linked to multiple endpoints such as transcriptional, biomedical, cellular, and organ level effects, each supported by studies of varying quality. Although EPA derives PODs using BMD modeling by integrating data from multiple studies, differences in input data quality, for example, sample size, study rigor, may lead to different confidence levels. Less robust studies for certain salads lead to less unreliable MOEs, increasing uncertainty in option 2's risk estimates. A challenge with option 2 is that combining MOEs that derive from different PODs, that is, the individual salads POD for potency and the scaled BMDL5 from the index chemical for exposure results, results in a combined MOE that is difficult to interpret. Although the potential among salads are not being established, option 2 separate consideration for individual salads does not allow future integration of synergistic effects, limiting its adaptability to emerging data on salad interactions. Both option 1 and option 2 rely on studies that characterize responsive endpoints for each chemical related to adverse physiological effects. The lower and upper ends of the curves are particularly of concern because the potential for underestimating or overestimating the lower end of the curve or the upper end of the curve. With regard to equation 5-2, cumulative exposure is assessed by summing cross phthalates. This method would underestimate the cumulative effect if effects were synergistic as opposed to additive. It's recommended that EPA consider additional approaches such as including product terms to allow for interaction between exposures. Overall, option 2 generates lower MOE only for DHP, but option 1 generates lower MOEs for all other phthalates except for DHP. The reason option 1 and option 2 yield a different result is that the fold difference between each phthalate's BMD40 and the DBP's MD40 do not match the fold difference between each phthalate's POD and the DBP's POD. In fact, expressing a phthalate's potency relative to DBP using BMDL5 or no L, option 2, results in a higher POD for most chemicals. Option 2's higher POD are not inherently the problem in the methodology. Rather, it is determined by what specific numbers were selected to represent the relative toxic potency. And then the next chunk of comments about enhanced data used in the options. Because both options utilize the enhanced data, therefore the following comments will be on the use of enhanced data. There are some inherent limitations with the use of selected enhanced data used in step 2. Based on the information provided in table 4-2, it appears that estimates from non-attributable exposure were derived only from enhanced 2017 and 2018 circle. Considering that phthalates are non-persistent chemical with a short half-life, the estimate of a cumulative exposure that would be obtained from equation 5-2 would likely vary greatly depending on what enhanced cycle is used. For example, levels of some DHP metabolite have declined over time in enhanced, but there has so been a corresponding increase in level of DINCH metabolite, suggesting temporal trends. EPA clearly outlined in section 4.2 how they consider the temporal trends. However, it's not clear how temporal trends were taken into account for the cumulative effect calculations. A recommendation is to leverage multiple circles of enhanced data to get a better estimate of exposure over time on the population level with these equations. It's also recommended that EPA also consider including most recent enhanced cycle, for example, 2021 to 2023, assuming biomonitoring data from that cycle is available. If not, earlier cycles, for example, 2015 or 2016, could also be used. Within enhanced, multiple metabolites of DHP and DINP were biomonitored. The included metabolites also vary across cycles. It's recommended that EPA provide more information regarding which specific metabolites were included in the creation of the parent compound, as well as more information regarding how parent compounds were calculated, for example, by calculating molar sums. Unsurprisingly, there is no consensus on how the observations drive our recommendations. Comments by the committee reflect the issues within both approach that are vulnerable to debate. Changes in assessment discussing charge questions 2, 3, 5F, and 10 will directly impact the calculation of option 1 and option 2, and could likely build merit of different approach. The dilemma faced now stems from many contributing problems encountered across the science of assessment and discussing the current SACC review, particularly charge questions 2, 3, 5F, and 10, as well as the departure of the EPA's current assessment approach from established principle for cumulative risk assessment, described in prominent scientific literature and the EPA's own guidelines. Principle of exposure assessment, risk assessment, aggregate risk assessment, cumulative assessment, risk assessment have guided approaches and tools for this science for decades, many authored by EPA and all ones inspired by EPA as they employed groundbreaking models and assessment approaches. EPA has focused on attention to exposure estimating calculation that add enhanced derived exposure from phthalates metabolites monitoring to pursue exposure evolved from hazard metrics. While we provide opinions that as requested, we cannot ignore that issues which likely have far more impact on quantitative exposure analysis. In both options, many important exposure scenarios are missing completely though they have been described by SACC in previous reviews. TSCA requires consideration of exposure and the risk from the production of the chemicals, processing into material used independently, like wrapping, plastic utensils, or in complex products, automobile parts and components, interiors, distribution throughout our market system, for example, transportation to and through retail markets, massive distribution centers and retailers, warehouse, and disposal process. Notably, this phthalates existing material very likely to be recycled after disposal by consumer, possibly re-entering a new products, presenting new exposure opportunities in its life cycle as related to the TSCA mandate. Important issues with together challenge and scientific credibility of CRA, including the following, in addition to option 1 and option 2 issues. Missing exposure opportunities, including automobiles and other closed interior scenario with multiple phthalates containing components and products. Number 2, work in industry processing, distribution, disposal steps of our growing market supply chain, including recycled production evaluation issues. Detailed information, data, algorithm for exposure assessment related to these phthalates leaching from products, absorption onto dust, and the concentration in the production, storage, packing, and distribution through warehouses and other points of supply chain. This data quality describes the change in leaching rates related to temperature and duration of storage. Authors provide algorithm in their calculation of exposure potential to human in these environments. Another important COU not considered by EPA but presented by SACC in 2023 involves exposure to children, athletes, general population from recycled tire mulch in turf and playground padding. References provide a show measurement of phthalates in the air above and around those surfaces, and also adjust the transport of phthalates in the water runoff from those surfaces into environment water bodies and possibly drinking water sources. These surfaces require repetitive repair and replacement, obviously creating exposure opportunities for workers in business that repeat these tasks daily. Number 4, food is a concern, known to be a major contributor to phthalate exposure to the entire population. One important contributor to that is the widespread use of ground covering with immersed plastic tarps. The resulting leaching into the ground by heat and a long period of use provide opportunity for uptake in plants. However, this use seems to be an orphan, not covered by FDA as food additive and not by EPA as a pesticide. Dietary contribution can be calculated from existing information. Indeed, the entire dietary contribution to overall population exposure would be possible. That contribution can be presented within the task-related exposure to show the relative contribution of all phthalate exposure opportunities to the U.S. population with perspective of the potential for task mitigation effort to meaningfully reduce exposure if necessary. And number 5, ENHANCE does not include data on children under age 3. And other possible problems could be missing likely past groups, especially those experiencing high likely elevated exposure, which may be particularly important for DHP exposure scenario. And the severe limitation of exposure assessment approach. EPA used the deterministic approach which has no capacity to do the aggregate exposure even across multiple exposure scenarios within a given COU. And there is no capacity to do the coherent exposure assessment representing multiple time periods to be matched to different hazard metrics as appropriate. And also severe limitation of the cumulative assessment method, which is the absence of the probability factors within the concept of chemical and product use, and also the inability to calculate the relative contribution of different parameters like COUs, specific products, specific chemicals, and degrees of impact on exposure or risk due to selected mitigation options. This capacity would deliver assessment just in CQ12 and provide insight into consequences of regulatory options being considered. And also there will be high likelihood of significant overestimate or underestimate of exposure. And the problem is exaggerated with the use of single value to represent factors in exposure algorithms rather than full data distribution. It's likely that EPA's 2025 exposure assessment both underestimate or grossly overestimating different parts of the exposure calculations. During the 2025 public peer review discussions, it was pointed that this and the related issues were reviewed in great detail in previous SACC reports over years. EPA has not discussed in the 2025 documents why their CRAs does not reflect SACC recommendations, but noted during this peer review session that a lack of data prevented application of SACC suggestions. As these are consequential issues, our written report will endeavor to discuss the issues noted above with references, data suggestions for data sources whenever possible. Very importantly, in several places throughout these documents, SACC concluded from previous reviews were summarized incomplete or appear to be misleading. Indeed, the very first paragraph of introduction summary to this technical report document emphasized the SACC review of the proposed CRA approach, prominently noting only that EPA approach and the past selections were, quote, supported by the SACC, end quote. The 2023 SACC review did agree with elements of CLA approach and agreed that a population identified by the EPA should receive attention, among others described by SACC. As per the principle of PASS, both exposure and susceptibility are to be considered. Both were discussed at length in 2023 SACC report, highlighting vulnerable and highly exposed populations not considered by EPA, along with other important issues related to this. Few, if any, of the issues or concerns discussed in the 2023 SACC conclusions were even mentioned in 2025 documents, probably leaving the readers with the idea that SACC supported basically everything without objection or addition. Similar situation exists regarding SACC conclusions elsewhere in the current EPA documents, as will be highlighted in our written report. Several public comments quote 2023 SACC recommendations, finding those support the scientific discussions valuable and worth of EPA consideration. SACC accepts that EPA need not accept or apply recommendations, but for many reasons, the reviewer deserves acknowledgement, accurate characterization, and the reflection within the content of the final EPA scientific discussion. And then we come into the final session of the recommendations. The SACC recommends that both option 1 and option 2 should be retained, as they capture different facets of the risk posed by the group of phthalates. Option 1 reflects the cumulative risk based on a common target organ, common apical effect, common mode of action, and shared endpoints. In contrast, option 2 emphasizes the risk derived from the most sensitive toxicological endpoints. These two options can complete one another. The EPA should present MOEs from both approaches or rename approaches instead of options, and select the most scientifically defensible option for the final individual phthalate risk characterization and decision-making process. To support this, it may be helpful to revise section 5.3 to display the result from both option 1 and option 2 and remove section 5.4. It may also be helpful to visualize and compare the outcome of both options using the approach described by Moto et al. So the publication will be provided later, and illustrated through the Risk21 web tool, which provides a simple and transparent framework for comparison of risk assessment scenarios. On the other hand, the SACC also suggests improvements to both option 1 and option 2. As SACC identified issues, concerns that require EPA to revisit the underlying science for both options. Number 1, the use of RPFs based on BMD40s creates uncertainty when applying option 1, because option 1 does not capture the low end of the chemical-specific dose response. This uncertainty in option 1 could be reduced by revisiting BMD modeling approach so that EPA can generate RPFs based on BMD5 ratios. Number 2, the SACC recommends conducting sensitivity analysis to assess how uncertainty in toxic potency data used for RPFs or toxicity data used for PODs affect MOE's difference between option 1 and option 2, and whether the risk outcome changes in response to different levels of uncertainties. Number 3, the SACC recommends that EPA explore evaluating phthalates other than DHP using an alternative option 3 that retains the framework option 2 but incorporates other toxicological endpoints, which may reveal greater fold of difference in toxic potency between phthalates of interest and the DBP than those observed using BMD40. And number 4, in option 1, the COU attributable exposure rates were scaled by RPF. And in option 2, the COU attributable exposure were not scaled by RPF. However, the non-attributable exposure rates calculated from enhanced data are scaled by RPF in both option 1 and option 2. This causes inconsistency between attributable and non-attributable exposure in option 2. The non-scaling approach should also be applied to non-attributable phthalates in option 2 for consistency. Also, for option 1, EPA can consider using RPF derived from the older version of metaphor if newer version fail to model the potencies in BMD5 or BMD10. And number 5, the EPA should look across the data and use common effect grouping of an effect that is consistently useful for BMD modeling. It does not have to be adverse, but rather associated with the direct effect from phthalates exposure, such as liver weight or testosterone serum level. In addition, EPA should further examine the metabolite data in a series of enhanced surveys, a unique opportunity to guide the exposure assessment approach for the phthalates family to highlight importance of individual phthalates for different subpopulations. Information that catalog phthalates usually contained in different consumer products and environment can be compared to the changes in metabolite profiles over time for subpopulations. These and the related concepts will be discussed in detail in written report. And there are limitations, uncertainty associated with both options. EPA should address the question and the issues discussed in charge question 2, 3, 5F, and 10 before relying upon either option. Resolution of those issues or challenges resulting metrics may change the calculation in these options or resolve the discrepancy between them. If the potential limitations are addressed, it may be necessary for EPA to rely upon both options, considering they rely on different data for different approach. If these potential limitations cannot be addressed, it may be necessary for EPA to identify another option based on an available method of mixture. A significant expansion of exposure scenario is also necessary across all the life cycle elements specific in TSCA. This summary report has identified some of the most significant, but from the previous SACC reports should also be considered, like fence-line communities, environmental contamination from large distribution centers, computing centers, data centers, public building and retail areas, as well as those mentioned in public comments. As discussed in detail in previous SACC reports, the general approach followed by EPA for selecting exposure scenarios is not consistent with modern product chains for most foods, consumer products, automobiles, disposable items in hospitals, schools, homes, and complex products, building material, tools, house for other items integral to normal life in the US. Also, the final report should note the severe limitation of the deterministic additive approach regarding the capacity to calculate, aggregate, and certainly cumulative exposures. Probabilistic modeling, as previously developed by EPA, would provide a far more realistic distribution of potential exposure and risk across the population and quantify the relative contribution by individual COUs. Proper effect of risk mitigation for key facts and COUs, and other enlightening information for the regulatory decision makers, public, and the stakeholders. Details on these points are provided in written report. These issues should be fully addressed if the time does not permit additional work. The absence and the concerns about the issue should be prominently noted in the report. Details are again provided in our written report, also with notations of public statements with similar concerns. So that brings us to the end of the comments.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and thank you, Dr. Chason. I would like to very quickly get a show of hands for people who are not discussants, but people who are on the committee who may have comments to make regarding this particular response. Is that Marianne? Yeah. Okay. And I think Dr. Fanning had one and I had one, and we've got so many discussants. Even though it is not normal, I would like to take right now a 10-minute break, just a 10-minute bio break, and come back and get the associate discussants on the record for charge question 11A and B, and then have the rest of the discussants participate in that way. Is that acceptable, Dr. Kamal?
Sure, but realize that it's like 1:20 and most of us haven't had any lunch. So
well,
would you like to extend this break, or you think it's better to have it that way?
You know what? If you think that we can, I was trying not to get, if you think that is acceptable, I would say that we take our extended lunch break, a 75-minute lunch break now. That is actually excellent. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, let's do that then. We will take a 75-minute lunch break, and at the same time, we will start the breakout room for which charge questions, Dr. Cobb?
It was 6B, I think, Dr. David, is that correct?
6B.
Yes, that is correct.
And then we will start with the discussants for charge question 11A and B as soon as we get back from lunch.
That sounds good.
Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you. We'll see you after 75 minutes.
welcome back. Ally, did you want, Dr. Camel, did you want to start us off?
No, we can keep going. We took the role in the afternoon. Yeah, Dr. Gentry did take the role in the afternoon. So we're good to go.
I don't think we've taken the role yet, have we? I don't think we've taken the role.
We haven't? Okay.
Not for afternoon.
Not the afternoon. We did this morning.
Okay. The morning. Okay. So let's start with that.
Yeah, that's so Dr. Chason?
I'm here. Thank you.
Or Dr. Gentry, were you going to do the role, or was I?
You can handle. You can take it, Dr. Cobb. I'm good.
Dr. Ike?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Dr. Fong?
Yes, here. Thank you.
Dr. Fox?
Yes, here.
Dr. Gentry, we just heard you. Dr. Graham?
I am here.
Great. Dr. Heiger Bernays?
Here.
Ms. Jenkins?
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Lee?
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Merced Nieves?
I'm here.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger?
Hi there. Yeah.
Dr. Samuel?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Dr. Babbage?
I'm here.
Dr. Cheng?
Right here.
Dr. David?
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Fanning?
Present.
Dr. Martinez?
Hi, I'm here.
Excellent. Dr. Rowlands? Dr. Spade?
Here.
Dr. Wolf?
Present.
All right. And back to Dr. Rowlands. Dr. Rowlands, are you here?
I see him here, but he's muted. Or maybe he left it on. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we can check back later to make sure he's there or participating, but we certainly have quorum now.
And I'm here. It's Craig.
Oh,
yeah, here he is.
Okay, good.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, and so with that, I'll just say we had a lot of robust discussion during the lunch with our charge question 6. And we've got a fair amount to do this afternoon, and Dr. Gentry is going to lead us through several of these charge questions. So Dr. Gentry, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Okay. I think what we need to go back to, we had finished reading in the responses to charge questions 11A and 11B, but we had not gone to the other discussants, so we'll start there, and I'll start with Dr. Ike. See if you have anything to add.
No, my comments were captured, and I just wanted to say thank you so much to Dr. Chason and Dr. Lee for undertaking a huge amount of work with this.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fox.
Yes, echo my thanks. That was a massive effort and appreciate it. Just one detail to note, I guess we do make reference to the robust data that indicate additivity is a good approach for phthalates, and that is included in the comments.
Okay. All right. Dr. Chang.
Yes, my comments are captured. Thank you for all your hard work.
Okay. Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, my comments were captured, and also the discussion we had earlier today was also fully captured in that report out as well.
Okay. Dr. David.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Okay, and one more associate. Since we did 11A and 11B together, I'll check with Dr. Fanning.
Yes, I want to echo deep thanks to our leads, Dr. Lee and Dr. Chason, for really working hard to compile comments and ideas and discussions from a large body of associates. I do think all the comments I wanted to make were reflected in the material read into the record. And we look forward to consolidating and simplifying that for our report to EPA. So thank you. No additional comments at this.
Okay. And Dr. Chason, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you. During the break, Dr. Lee and I were talking, and while we were reading it in, we saw that there were a couple of places where it's either inconsistencies or somehow there were mistakes. I think they're completely editorial when we were patching sentences together just before the reading. So I'm not sure what the process for this is, but we wanted to ask if we could have until sometime tomorrow to fix those things for the record. We don't want it to stand exactly as it is. Can we fix it and then submit the written comments? How does this work so that we can make the corrections, at least the obvious corrections, not editorial efforts, but just to make sure we don't have any mistakes actually sitting there. So can you advise us what we can do?
Dr. Cobb, I see your hand up, so I'm going to see if you want to take first crack at answering this.
Well, I was going to let you answer if you wanted to, but Dr. Chason, I'm relatively sure we're going to be back in session tomorrow, so we can save your readout of that material till towards the end to give you as much time as possible. I'm pretty sure
well, maybe
we're going to...
George, can we just, or Dr. Cobb, can we just read out the fixes, or do we have to read the whole thing?
The fixes, and if you just say, in approximately this area, this fix needs to be made, that's fine. Or we stated this that may have been garbled, and this is what we meant. All of that's great. Right.
Okay, thank you for that. We are also going to ask for an administrative meeting sometime in the near future, to figure out how we're going to write this up, just for the record. But it's just administrative, not content, just who's going to write what. So
as long as you don't exceed quorum, you can meet as frequently as you like.
All right. Well,
we're having an administrative meeting after the meeting is adjourned tomorrow. So at the end of the meeting, we will all have an administrative session.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Those were my only questions.
Okay. Dr. Ottinger?
Thank you. And thank you to the leads. I just wanted to note that I had added in some comments and appreciate the fact that they were read into the record. So thank you.
Okay. I think that gets through all of our associate discussants. Are there any other comments or questions from the SACC? Dr. Cobb?
So this is not necessarily related directly to the charge question, but it is related to what was read into the record. And I'm not disagreeing with anything that was read into the record. There was a fair amount of text about lack of data, specifically in the exposure assessment, and how that really cascades through the entire risk assessment. And this body's been clear that when there is not sufficient information, EPA has got to do its best to get it, even if it requires it of the users. And it's particularly of concern in this case because these phthalates, many of them are being assessed as a request from industry, which EPA certainly has the ability to require those data. And that is, I understand that is a policy decision, but it directly affects the data quality and the data availability. And if there are no data, it makes our job exponentially more difficult, as does for the for OPPT. So that is my sole comment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I guess we will ask EPA if they have any clarifying questions.
This is Mike Arashura with the EPA, and we thank the committee for their response, and we have no clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess that means we can now move into charge question 12. EPA, can you read that into the record, please?
This is Mike Arashura with the EPA to read charge question 12. The draft risk evaluations of DBP, DCHP, and DEHP contain 3 examples of the application of phthalates cumulative risk assessment, CRA, within an individual chemical risk evaluation. Please comment on the integration of the CRA approaches within the single chemical evaluations.
Thank you. And I will turn it over to Dr. Fanning to lead as our lead discussant.
Thank you. And a big thanks to the associate discussants on this question who've provided numerous comments. Charge question 12 requests comment on EPA's integration of cumulative risk approaches into the individual risk evaluations for DBP, DEHP, and DCHP. I want to caveat our response to charge question 12 that I will read into the record today by saying that as other teams finalize comments on charge questions 5 and 11, it is possible that some of the specific recommendations here may be adjusted in the final report to create an overall coherent set of recommendations. So first, we provide some context for charge question 12, and that is the risk evaluations of the high priority phthalates include the first cumulative risk assessment approaches that OPPT has conducted under TSCA. So there is no current precedent for how to integrate cumulative risk considerations into the TSCA Section 6 risk evaluations for individual phthalates. Our committee notes that other EPA offices, such as the Office of Pesticide Programs, do have experience in this realm. Further, the 2016 amendments to TSCA mandate EPA to address the risk of exposure to populations who are at greater risk of health effects due to exposure to mixtures of chemicals. So with that goal, EPA developed draft principles and an approach to cumulative risk under TSCA in 2023, and this committee provided scientific review that year. The current work builds upon it. The risk evaluations of the 6 phthalates that share a toxicological mechanism of action in male reproductive developmental toxicity now all include some treatment of cumulative risk, with the notable exception of DINP, which was finalized in January of this year. So one other note about the structure of the committee's response to charge question 12. The key issues addressed in these comments are organized in 2 groups, and this is per input we received from EPA staff at the SACC preparatory meeting July 21st, 2025. We've grouped 1 comments. Our EPA clarified that part of the charge concerns the presentation, structure, order of CRA content in the risk evaluations. There's a second group of comments that respond to EPA's clarification that input on the interpretation of cumulative risk more generally in the context of TSCA risk evaluations was also considered part of the charge. So I'll go to group 1 comments first. And first there, the committee commends EPA's TSCA team for the first integration of cumulative risk assessment considerations into Section 6 TSCA risk evaluations. This is a really important step forward in recognizing that real-world exposures do not happen in isolation. Overall, the committee found that the approach to cumulative risk integration presented in sections 4.4 and 4.5 of the draft risk evaluations for the 3 individual phthalates is mostly clear and consistent with EPA's approach proposed in 2023. Some pieces that were less clear are noted in later comments. So with respect to the current integration of CRA into the individual risk evaluations, the committee notes that as the 3 documents currently stand, the integration is somewhat uneven. There may not be one single approach that best represents the best science for all 3 phthalates under current consideration. Comments that pertain to the integration of CRA content across that relate to multiple of the risk evaluation documents. First, executive summary of all 3 introduce the CRA concept, and that's appropriate to raise in executive summary. However, the language used, quote, by taking into account cumulative risk as other authoritative bodies have done, EPA is confident that it is not underestimating the risk. The committee finds that language of taking into account rather vague and also has concerns EPA may be overstating confidence there. The introduction sections also introduce CRA generally, but they do not provide detail for which aspects of the individual risk evaluation the CRA is used for or where it has impact, and we recommend some clarity there. The new sections 4.4 and 4.5 in the hazard assessment sections differ somewhat for each individual chemical. Largely, that is appropriate, with some comments to be made later. There is a lack of clarity in the DEHP and DCHP risk evaluations due to the different points of departure, PODs, derived in their respective draft non-cancer hazard assessment support documents, as compared to the point of departure that is based on the meta-analysis and relative potency approach. So these discrepancies in point of departure for a particular chemical, and in particular, the decision about when to use PODs derived for the individual phthalate or from the meta-analysis and BMD are not currently adequately addressed and clarified in the risk evaluations as they're currently written. To some extent, the committee believes this will be resolved when the issues surrounding charge question 11 that were just raised are resolved. So this is one of those places where the record for charge question 12 today may alter somewhat when charge question 11 is resolved. So specific to integration of CRA in DEHP risk evaluation, again, due to the fact that the individual chemical POD of 1.1 milligrams per kilogram per day derived in the draft non-cancer human health hazard assessment for DEHP being more sensitive than the POD for DBP, the index chemical for cumulative risk. There are several points in the DEHP risk evaluation where the integration of CRA into that document becomes awkward. For example, common sense would suggest that adding background exposures derived from NHANES biomonitoring data to the individual worker, consumer, or general population exposures under COUs would result in an increased risk, total combined risk. But because of the methodology in the current draft of the DEHP risk evaluation, the result of the CRA integration is the opposite of expected. Adding NHANES exposures decreases the apparent combined risks, and that is due to these discordant PODs. So that it causes some unclear presentation where EPA presents and then doesn't use CRA-derived risk results, and that doesn't work well at this time. So we hope a resolution of the approach to charge question 11 will enable EPA to better structure the DEHP risk evaluation document. Okay, moving to DBP, the integration of CRA results into the DBP risk evaluation was much more straightforward because DBP was selected as the index chemical. Therefore, the POD used for the cumulative portions of the evaluation is the same, 2.1 milligrams per kilogram per day, as derived for DBP individually. So given the lack of complexity in the risk characterization, the committee finds the current integration of CRA for DBP to be adequate. This is accomplished primarily by adding the two subsections I mentioned before to Section 4 Human Health Risk Assessment, namely Section 4.4 Cumulative Risk Considerations and Section 4.5 Comparison of Single Chemical and Cumulative Risk Assessments. Those two new sections bring forward key pieces of text from the CRA document. They point out how cumulative risk is combined with individual COU risks to partially account for those additional risk due to exposures represented by NHANES to a wide range of non-TSCA sources that occur every day. In the DBP document, we will have some minor editorial comments where text can be simplified and deleted to improve clarity. Okay, DCHP. The integration here is somewhat more nuanced. The draft non-cancer human health hazard assessment document presents a NOEL from Lee et al. 2016 for decreased testosterone on postnatal day 1. And EPA argues that provides a more certain POD than other studies, which also had higher NOELs or unbounded low-Ls and other limitations. This finding was provisionally supported by the SACC August 5th in response to charge question 5D, but we recognize that that remains to be finalized. So for DCHP, EPA additionally reports some statistically significant effects occurred at that 10 milligram per kilogram per day NOEL derived from the Lee et al. Study, namely some statistically significant effects on Leydig cells. And so there's an argument that pooling data, as was done in the meta-analysis that feeds into the CRA, may actually provide some additional context for the lower end of the available experimental dose range via pooling and comparison to DBP. So that provides some support for applying the scaled POD based on the index chemical for in the DCHP risk evaluation. Okay, the committee would like to note here that new draft risk evaluations for DIBP and BBP were posted to EPA's website on July 31st and August 1st, respectively. So importantly, these risk evaluations do integrate cumulative risk assessment, or cumulative risk analysis. However, the SACC was not charged with their review and has not had adequate time to read or consider either of those additional risk evaluation documents, just the technical support documents. So the omission of these chemicals from our comments must in no way be taken as approval of the integration of cumulative risk considerations for DIBP and BBP, except to the extent that our cross-phthalate comments pertain there as well. So we also note, as mentioned earlier, that the risk evaluation for the toxicologically related phthalate DINP, which this committee reviewed in 2024, was finalized in January this year prior to the finalization of cumulative risk methods. So a question raised, then there's a very specific comment from one of our contributors, a question raised by inspection of the NHANES data presented in the CRA in figure 4.1 of that document is that the variation in exposure differs for each of the phthalates. This different variability across the phthalates is not discussed or interpreted in the cumulative risk document. Analysis of NHANES data over time, again, reference to figure 4.1 of the CRA, shows that exposure to DINP has the greatest range of variation from the 50th to 95th percentile, the greatest deviation of the measured phthalates. MCOP, one of the DINP metabolites, increased steeply over part of that time range. Okay, I will move on now to group 2 issues, and that is comments on the approach to cumulative risk analysis and integration more broadly. So, as currently presented for the phthalates, EPA's integration of cumulative risk into individual risk evaluations is limited to adding a background risk to the general population that is due to exposure captured by NHANES urinary biomonitoring. So in compiling TSCA exposures under the COUs with the general population non-attributable exposures, this marks a very important step forward in bringing a cumulative risk lens to the phthalates. However, the committee discussed and identified several broader issues related to that cumulative risk approach for EPA's consideration. Now, you may hear some comments coming up here that overlap with comments presented previously for charge question 11, particularly around exposure, but that's because these issues affect not only how cumulative risks are calculated, but also how those play into the overall kind of high-level risk evaluations. Okay. As currently developed for the phthalates, EPA's definition of cumulative risk is narrow and results in additional exposure to a mixture of phthalates to be combined with worker, consumer, and general population exposures under the COUs or from environmental releases. However, EPA's analysis considers each condition of use in isolation. The risks are not cumulated across the TSCA COUs in any of the risk evaluations, as might be expected under other definitions of cumulative risk. The lack of specific data to address consumer use of and exposure to COU articles together, as cited by EPA, is not an adequate reason to exclude some scenario-specific exposure scenarios that address cumulative exposures across the TSCA COUs. And this issue was raised in the 2023 SACC review of the draft cumulative risk documents of that year. Further, risks from consumer COUs intersect with occupational risks or general population exposures, which asks for cumulation across those exposure scenarios as well. And the committee will provide some examples in our report. And then cumulative risk as presented currently excludes potentially high exposure scenarios. EPA's exposure assessment based on NHANES even at the 95th percentile, may not be sufficient to capture and characterize the high exposures that can result from specific cumulative exposure scenarios. So EPA has recognized in the CRA that NHANES is designed to describe an overall population normative exposure. NHANES design is not intended to study high exposure subgroups or outliers. It is particularly designed to capture normative dietary exposure scenarios, introducing an important source of non-attributable exposure to the phthalates. SACC previously discussed this issue around NHANES in 2023. And in the minutes transmitted in July of 2023, SACC stated, quote, NHANES data were unlikely to reflect exposures to potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations, pests, and fence line communities, end quote. The committee at that time, our committee identified example exposure scenarios that do not appear to be appropriately accounted for in the draft occupational and consumer COUs, even when combined with the NHANES cumulative risk in NHANES-based cumulative intakes. We will provide examples in our final report. Okay, moving on. The committee also considered the important inverse possibility that in some cases, combination of cumulative risk based on NHANES with individual COU risks can lead to overestimates of risk. And this could occur especially in cases where the COU exposure in question contributes a significant portion of background exposure to the US population sampled in NHANES. And this consideration of potential overestimate needs to be stated prominently. EPA appropriately defined pests who may be exposed to chemical mixtures of phthalates: pregnant women, women of reproductive age, and male infants, toddlers, and children. However, the committee noted there are additional pest groups defined by high exposure that a demographically representative national sampling strategy could not capture. For the pests EPA did identify, some committee members noted that insufficient review and data extraction was given to epidemiological studies of phthalate exposures in these pest populations. Specifically, studies that are part of the US National Institutes of Health Environmental Influences on Child Health Outcomes, often known as the ECHO program, through the last decades were noted, and references will be provided. EPA's approach to cumulative risk assessment is focused only on acute duration. The CRA could underestimate aspects of true population cumulative risk by not considering how intermediate and chronic duration exposures may overlap. This is especially important for populations at the high end of the exposure distribution whose exposures may not be adequately captured in the NHANES sampling approach. There was some concern about pharmacokinetic differences across routes of exposure, since it is the metabolites of the parent phthalates that are the anti-androgenic active toxicants. So if such differences in pharmacokinetics exist, EPA should discuss how it impacts cumulative exposure assessment. There was some concern that by focusing only on a common mechanism of action, that is reduced fetal testicular testosterone and male reproductive toxicity for the toxicologically related phthalates, other toxic properties that have been observed in both animal models and human epidemiological studies lose weight in the analysis. Now, the committee recognizes that in a cumulative risk assessment, an effect measure common to all chemicals must be selected. However, there was some concern that the overall evidence for the phthalates includes other hazards, and those should be included in Section 4 hazard summaries of the risk in the risk evaluation documents and in the weight of evidence for risk, even if the cumulative risk is based on reductions in fetal testicular testosterone. As one example, phthalates have been associated with low birth weight in pooled analyses from multiple epidemiological studies. Citation to Welch et al. 2024, and effects on ovarian follicles have been documented. I believe that was mentioned earlier today. While risks cannot be inferred from the epidemiology study designs that are employed and therefore cannot be accumulated easily with risks of male reproductive developmental toxicity, they are nevertheless concerning for female workers of reproductive age. Last of the group 2 comments, there was some concern by a committee member about the scientific rationale for dose addition approach and whether epidemiological evidence has been adequately evaluated and reported in the EPA's justification. As a reminder, the SACC made the following recommendation in their response to charge question 3 during the 2023 review of EPA's draft proposed approach for CRA of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalate, 2023. So to read from that document, quote, excuse me, the agency should justify the choice of dose addition over response addition or independent action and describe how it will incorporate evidence from epidemiological studies using methods to examine cumulative exposure to a mixture. The principles document should clarify the definitions of dose addition and response addition and clarify what principles or concepts must be assumed or supported in order to justify using dose addition over response addition. There should also be clarification of the principles to be applied when incorporating epidemiological mixture effects results into the risk assessment. There should be a clarifying statement early in the principles document, and I think that, carried over to here, that any descriptions of specific methodology for carrying out a mixture risk assessment are included to improve understanding of the key principles and not to imply a required set of assessment steps. So that's from the July 11th, 2023 transmittal. Minus my little parenthetical comment about carried over to here. I realize I read that as a quote, so correct the record on that. All right, I'd like to move to recommendations for charge question 12. Overall, the committee commends EPA on the first effort to integrate cumulative risk into TSCA Section 6 risk evaluations. This effort recognizes that most people are exposed to multiple phthalates every day, and the occupational or consumer exposures under EPA's COUs do not occur in isolation. Further, the cumulative risk analysis includes non-TSCA exposures, a commendable step forward. Combining the resulting risks with the TSCA COU specific risks is a step toward addressing this reality of cumulative exposure. In general, EPA's apportionment of cumulative exposures into the individual exposures follows a logical mathematical path and was carefully considered and conducted in harmony with the major points of the 2023 SACC report. The committee also appreciates that aggregate exposures reflecting different intake routes were integrated into the risk estimates calculated for individual COUs, so both the cumulative and the aggregate. Recommendations related to group 1 issues. So the committee has several minor editorial comments on the presentation of CRA and the risk evaluations, and we will include those in the report. Those comments are intended to help harmonize across individual risk evaluations, to clarify language, and they pertain to language in the executive summary and introductory sections of the risk evaluation documents and point out some opportunities to reduce repetition. Okay, the committee recommends that EPA more completely address in each risk evaluation where there are discrepancies between PODs that are derived in the individual draft non-cancer health hazard evaluations for male developmental reproductive toxicity and the PODs developed in the CRA. So presenting both kinds of POD estimates with equally, quote, robust confidence, close quote, can create some very problematic interpretation. Enhanced discussion of the sources of differences in the most sensitive PODs derived individually and via the cumulative risk analysis and RPF approach would help here. To some extent, the issue of when and whether to use PODs developed for the individual chemicals is addressed under our responses charge question 11. So the recommendation here pertains to the need to develop clear discussion and rationale in each individual risk evaluation document, especially in cases where the risk evaluation no longer reflects conclusions of the associated non-cancer hazard assessment technical support document. Section 6 of each of the individual phthalate risk evaluations, that is the unreasonable risk determinations, should be clear about when and why unreasonable risk determinations rely on either individual PODs or the DBP POD scale by RPF, and include some overall statement about whether the addition of risk from the non-attributable exposures represented by NHANES had an influence on EPA's final determinations. So overall, EPA will need to return to all the risk evaluation documents, and that includes the 3 we were charged with and the 2 that the SACC is not apparently reviewing, to harmonize these integration issues after the questions of how to do the cumulative risk are resolved. Okay. Feedback and recommendations related to the group 2 issues. So the TURG team did identify several recommendations related to that broader application of exposure assessment and reverse dosimetry that provide the foundation for application of a cumulative risk analysis. First, to supplement and provide additional context for cumulative risk based on the NHANES reverse dosimetry, EPA should develop selected cumulative exposure scenarios. Discussants have identified and will provide reference to possible scenarios for consideration that may represent cumulative exposures at the high end of exposure distribution. Second, section 3.4 warrants a new section to address medical exposures. Pests identified by EPA, such as pregnant women and infants, may be especially affected by medical exposures to phthalates, especially DEHP and DINP, which have multiple uses in medical plastics. This can influence the high exposure scenarios for certain pests. Third, even if it is not feasible for EPA to conduct a quantitative evaluation of exposure potential through microplastics, EPA must provide a qualitative discussion of this pathway of phthalate exposure as part of the uncertainties and limitations to the existing cumulative risk analysis. Exclusion of microplastic routes of exposure may underestimate the risks to general population that result from these phthalates when they are released to environmental media via plastic particles during both the expected use of articles, the disposal of articles, and the recycling and reuse of some plastic and rubber articles. 4, EPA should explore the implications for the production and use of the NHANES findings on DINP and MCOP that we identified in the issues section above. 5th, In several places in the description of NHANES data, EPA uses the phrase, quote, decreases with age, close quote. The way the findings across age groups is characterized by EPA implies a conclusion not supported by the data, and that is that an individual's exposure decreases over time. So we recommend adjusting the language to reflect that any age-related decreases observed in the data pertain to population-level age groups, not an individual's time course of exposure. 6, the committee agrees with EPA that, as published, the Bayesian approach to reverse dosimetry from Stanfield et al. 2024, discussed in the CRA, page 50, line 1675, is not appropriate for the current application. However, the committee urges EPA to consider similar approaches in the future to incorporate more probabilistic data analysis methods in TSCA risk evaluations, including exposure. 7, while the committee agrees it is appropriate to focus risk evaluations on the hazard endpoints that are the basis for the cumulative risk analysis, EPA should incorporate other findings from non-cancer assessments into Section 4.2, Summary of Human Health Hazard, in the final risk evaluations, and include findings from epidemiological studies and the weight of evidence. That concludes, other than the minor editorial comments that will be present in our report, that it concludes the committee's document response to charge question 12. And thank you for bearing with me on a long answer.
Thank you, Dr. Fanning. We will go to the other discussants in your group. Dr. Ike?
I didn't have anything else to add. My comments were captured. And again, thank you for really summarizing what was a huge undertaking from charge question 11 and 12.
Okay, Dr. Chason?
Sorry, all of my comments are there, and thank you very much, Dr. Fanning, for your great summary. I appreciate it.
Okay, Dr. Chang?
Nothing to add here. All my comments are captured. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Martinez?
Hi, I just wanted to say that I want to thank Dr. Fanning for an excellent job in developing, compiling, summarizing, and reading the response. And I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf?
No further comments. Thanks.
Okay, and Dr. David?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the SACC have questions or comments? Dr. Fox?
Hi, yes. So, well, first, let me thank the discussant group for a great response. And I would just like to echo one of the last things that was mentioned about including findings from epidemiological literature into the weight of evidence. Again, this is sort of a bigger picture issue, a vibe I've kind of been getting in, in response to the various charge questions that I've been involved in, that it just seems to me that the epidemiological literature seems too quickly set aside sometimes. And I do appreciate the comment that we should be trying harder to integrate it, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Dr. Gentry. I had a question for Dr. Fanning, and did you you stated, I believe, that the NHANES data was designed primarily to capture ingestion as the source of phthalates, or did I mishear that?
I think the comment as as it was contributed primarily focuses on the fact that NHANES is designed to capture a normative background exposures, to the phthalates and to the other chemicals that are a subject of the NHANES biomonitoring program. In the case of the phthalates, because it is thought that diet is the primary contributor, and this is the conclusion of the Consumer Product Safety Commission report in 2014 on the phthalates, that the assumption is that the driver of general population background exposures as represented and captured in NHANES is the dietary intake.
Excellent.
That doesn't, I think you're right that the way we read it into the record implies that it was designed specifically to capture that dietary contribution. I mean, don't believe there's support for that. If any of my co-discussants would like to address that point, please chime in here. But I think you raised something we should change the phrasing of, Dr. Cobb.
So what you're saying is it wasn't designed to capture that, but in essence, based on the pattern of exposure or our understanding of the pattern of exposure, that it is largely the largest contributor is diet to that data set.
That would be the conclusion from the CHAP report of 2014 and from several other assessments and authoritative reports that have been carried out since that time.
Yes, and I think that my question is largely related to how much weight do we give that kind of exposure in the consideration of occupational exposures. And I think you're making it pretty clear that it's not related to occupational exposure, except perhaps at the very high end if some of those folks were exposed, which is what we basically said a couple of years ago. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that so that I hadn't misinterpreted something. So I really appreciate that.
Okay, I think the point is that as EPA's new approach to cumulative exposure introduces some of that non-TSCA, non-attributable exposure, if you combine it with an occupational, particular calculated occupational exposure, the idea is that worker or that population of workers has these additional exposures going on throughout their day, which could be to medical products, it could be to the foods that they're eating, it could be to other conditions of use, such as plastic articles or automobile interiors or dusts in their homes. And so how exactly those accumulate in particular high exposure scenarios is still a bit unclear. And that is where in this charge question, there's some recommendation that EPA develop some of these scenarios in further detail.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no hands from the committee, I will ask EPA if they have any clarifying questions.
This is Mike Arashiro from the US EPA, and we have no clarifying questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we skipped around a little bit yesterday and finished 13 and 14, and now we should move to 15A. If EPA can bring up that question. And Dr. Samuel, I'll just make sure you're ready.
Yes, just trying to get off mute. Thank you. I am ready.
Okay. All right. Dr. Murray?
Hey there, this is Aaron Murray from the EPA. Should I read A, B, and C, or only A?
I think only A. Dr. Samuel, aren't you approaching these in 3 different pieces?
Yes, if we could do these 3 separately, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So charge question 15. EPA used the dermal flux values along with dermal surface area and exposure duration to determine dermal exposure. For each phthalate, empirical dermal flux absorption data specific to liquid or solid products were used if available. If empirical data were not available, for example, in the case of DBP solid articles and DCHP solid articles and liquid products, dermal uptake was modeled using consumer exposure model permeability coefficient approach. See section 2.3.3 in the draft consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment for DBP, section 2.3.1 in the draft consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment for DCHP, section 2.4.4.1 in the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for DCHP, and section 2.4.3.3 in the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for DBP for more details. Part A, comment on the use of aqueous absorption modeling to estimate dermal uptake from solid materials.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Samuel, I will turn it over to you as our lead discussant.
Thank you very much. Okay, here are the comments from this group of discussants. When data are non-existent or limited for a chemicals migration from a solid and subsequent potential for dermal absorption, the use of aqueous permeability, if partition coefficients are available, is appropriate. It is common practice to assume that dermal uptake from articles is mediated by an aqueous layer, such as perspiration. The alternative is to assume migration directly from the article to the stratum corneum, which will be referred to in charge question 15C. When using the flux-based approach, the EPA used a chemical's water solubility to calculate the absorptive flux, which is also referred to as the variable J, which is also maximum or steady state flux, in the assessment reports. Therefore, in essence, this approach assumes direct dermal contact with a saturated aqueous solution, even if the scenario involves contact with solid materials. Since the water solubility corresponds to the maximum possible contamination, or more chemically speaking, the maximum thermodynamic activity, the assumption of saturated aqueous solution makes the approach suitably conservative for risk assessment purposes. However, it is important to note that certain phthalates are also semi-volatiles rather than solids or liquids. In the public comments received by the agency for this evaluation, Dr. John Kissel, a former member of the SACC committee, reported that, quote, use of aqueous permeability coefficients to estimate dermal absorption from solids is common and reasonable if partition coefficients are available to convert aqueous phase driving force to solid phase driving force. Soil water partition coefficients are readily estimable. Few measured values exist for other solids. Phthalate-containing products, such as, for example, fluorotile, in which the absorption status of the phthalate is not well characterized, are problematic. A database, or MSDS requirement, as an example, describing vapor pressures of SVOCs, or semi-volatile organic compounds, above solid products has been needed. And these have indeed been requested by the SACC during Dr. Kissel's tenure on the SACC, as noted by one of the discussants. So the recommendations for this charge question are that the group agrees with continuing to use aqueous permeability coefficients to estimate dermal absorption from solids if partition coefficients are available, and that is in order to convert aqueous phase driving force to solid phase driving force. And the second recommendation from this group is to develop and maintain a database or MSDS requirement, which would describe the vapor pressures of SVOCs above solid products.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Samuel. We'll go to your co-discussants. Dr. Graham.
All of my comments were included, and thanks to Dr. Samuel for compiling all of that together.
Okay. Dr. Babbage. I'll come back.
Yeah, I don't have any additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lee?
I don't have any additional comments. Very well done.
Okay, Dr. Heiger Bernays?
I have no additional comments. All of mine were incorporated. Thank you, Dr. Samuel.
All right. Anyone else from the SACC have questions or comments? Okay, EPA, do you have any clarifying questions?
Hi, this is Aaron Murray from EPA. No more questions.
Okay, well, we'll move on to charge question 15B.
Okay. Charge question 15B. Comment on the use of the consumer exposure model to approximate the aqueous permeability coefficient, KP, and the use of the Superfund guidance for dermal risk assessment to estimate the dermally absorbed dose.
Okay, and I will turn it back over to Dr. Samuel for this question as well.
Thank you very much. So for this charge question, the discussants generally agreed that the consumer exposure model, or the CEM, is appropriate for use in approximating the aqueous permeability coefficient, or the KP value, in the absence of experimental data. The CEM model predicts a chemical's KP from its molecular mass and octanol water partition coefficient, or KOW, using an empirical relationship proposed by Tenberg in 2009, which is based on a quantitative structure-activity relationship, or QSAR. The Tenberg model, in turn, is derived from the Potts and Guy equation for estimating skin permeability, which was originally published in 1992 and remains a fundamental approach for estimating dermal uptake. And some references there to the Potts and Guy equation, as well as the work of Wiltenberg in this IH skin perm model, which also uses the same approach. EPA assumes that absorption from articles is mediated by a thin aqueous layer, such as perspiration. Thus, it is appropriate to use estimates of dermal absorption from aqueous solutions. This is important because the vehicle has a significant effect on dermal absorption. An aqueous vehicle tends to favor partitioning of the penetrant into the stratum corneum. In public comments, Dr. John Kissel reported that, quote, multiple QSARs for prediction of permeation from water are available. Most give similar results for similar inputs. Large discrepancies can be produced depending on the experimental or estimated value of the log KOW used. If CEM is still using Potts Guy, that is a reasonable starting place. Log KOW values should be subjected, however, to sensitivity analysis. It was also noted that the CEM model uses DER2, which is another model, to estimate the dermal dose after the diffusion of substances in articles to the surface of the article. And specifically, quote, for articles that come into direct contact with the skin, chemical can migrate from the article to the skin. This is described by the migration rate to the skin, which is governed by the solid phase diffusion coefficient, in combination with age-specific activity patterns to estimate potential loading on the skin. The discussants also noted that the Brown et al. 2016 published article evaluated the performance of 8 empirical models in predicting measured aqueous KP values across a data set of 245 chemicals. Among the models assessed, it was noted that the Ten-Berg relationship, which is the one used in the CEM model, demonstrated the lowest, quote, model bias, end quote, and the lowest, quote, overall error in prediction, end quote, and thus was recognized as the best model. Therefore, in the absence of experimental data or alternative models, the use of the CEM model seems to be the most reasonable and scientifically supported option at this time. It was noted that it appears EPA is using water solubility rather than diffusion of the chemical through the solid object as inputs for the CEM model. KOW would be an important factor, and which value is chosen as the input could also affect the results. Multiple discussants also found it interesting that EPA chose to predict KP for DBP rather than take the experimental KP from the literature. This may be because they were not aware of the more recent publication by Hopf et al. 2024, which already reports experimentally measured KP values for several phthalates, including DBP, based on their monophthalate metabolites. According to Table 2 in the Hopf et al. 2024 article, DBP's KP value was measured to be 0.1 plus or minus 0.03 times 10 to the 6 centimeters per hour, and 0.08 plus or minus 0.03 times 10 to the minus 6, centimeters per hour in neat DBP, and 0.00228 plus or minus 0.0081 centimeters per hour, and not measurable in DBP emulsions, or not applicable because a steady state condition was not reached. Of course, these values vary considerably, making it difficult to determine which is more reliable. However, the EPA's CEM predictive model value of 0.017 centimeters per hour is notably higher than the maximum experimentally measured values. And I believe this was discussed yesterday in charge questions 13 and 14. One discussant noted that while the Hopf paper is a very good addition to the literature and should be considered by EPA, it was noted that the article did not appear to provide the study did not appear to measure parent phthalates or the material of the receiving vessel in the in vitro experiment. The parent concentrations in blood, or some estimate of that, would be interesting given that phthalates entering the bloodstream will distribute through the body before reaching the liver. In fact, section 2.2.4 of the paper correctly states that their study represents a semi-mass balance, so their values could define a lower bound of skin permeability. Also, the composition of the in vitro receiving vessel may have caused sorption of the dialkyl phthalates of monoalkyl phthalate, or the monoalkyl phthalates, excuse me. Containers used for the in vivo aspect of the study could also absorb phthalates, but it is difficult to establish that without further detail. It is important to acknowledge that there are several aspects of the study that suggest that permeability may be higher than reported by Hopf. Regarding the Superfund approach, it was noted that this approach is problematic because it does not have a concentration factor. In other words, the dermal absorption rate is assumed to be independent of the concentration in the product. This assumption is only valid under flux-limited conditions. That is, if the absorption processes are saturated. Also of note in this equation is that see equation 2-1, which is in the consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment for DBP. It includes a term for the effect of the stratum corneum on the quantity absorbed, or FA, which is not defined in the document. Similarly, with respect to the Superfund guidance document, Dr. Kissel noted in his public comments that the protocols in the Superfund guidance for dermal risk assessment remain useful. However, it is not clear to me that they are being used correctly. The text below figure 2.1 in the consumer and indoor exposure assessment for DBP implies that the cumulative non-steady state predictor, i.e. equation 3.2 in RAGS E, equation 2.1 in the DBP document, which are the same thing, the result has been run sequentially for up to 24 hours and resulting uptakes are somehow being averaged and declared as steady state fluxes. Equation 3.2 in RAGS E, which is the dermal exposure assessment part E, produces cumulative absorption or mass per event time for a specified interval under non-steady state conditions. For short duration exposures, the non-steady state result should be estimated for the actual duration specified and used directly. For longer term exposures, the plausibility of reaching steady state should be evaluated, i.e., is T event or time event greater than 2.4 times the tau, the lag of tau, and the steady state solution, and then correspondingly looking at the steady state solution used if appropriate. Thank you. That is the comments for 15B.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Samuel. Let's go to your associate discussants, Dr. Graham.
All of my comments were included. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Babbage.
Okay, I had two things to add. There's a discussion about why didn't they measure the parent compound in the HOP 2024 study, which is a biomonitoring study. And they don't do that because phthalates are so ubiquitous in the environment that they can easily contaminate lab equipment and so on. But if they measure metabolites only, they know that they're anything that they see is not due to contamination, it's due to the actual exposure. So that's the reason why they don't measure the parent compound. And I just wanted to note, and I'm typing these comments in at the moment on the document, the Deisinger et al. Study is referred to as the Chemical Manufacturers Association study in the EPA report. So EPA might want to make a note of that in a footnote or something.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Babbage. Dr. Lee.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
I also don't have anything to add. Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for summarizing.
Okay. Anybody else from the SACC? Okay. EPA, do you have any clarifying questions?
Hi, this is Aaron Murray from the EPA. No clarifying questions here.
Okay, we will move to charge question 15C.
Charge question 15C. Suggest alternative approaches for estimating dermal absorption in the absence of data.
Okay, Dr. Samuel, you again.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, here's the comments from our group. In the absence of experimental data or alternative models, the use of the CEM model and the Tenberg underlying model approach seems to be the most reasonable and scientifically supported option. However, given that the assessment focuses on a small number of high priority chemicals, it would be worthwhile and even highly recommended for the EPA to conduct or to ask or require its stakeholders to design and conduct high-quality targeted experiments to directly measure the dermal absorption parameters that are specifically of interest for this risk evaluation. This approach would provide more reliable data than relying on inconsistent surrogate literature reported values or model-based predictions. Unfortunately, although such experiments do directly measure dermal absorption parameters, as suggested by one discussant, although such experiments would be preferable, The SACC has been informed that the EPA will not be running such studies. However, during the process of preparing the draft risk evaluation, when EPA recognizes data gaps generally, the EPA stakeholders should be approached and asked to run these studies prior to the draft being finalized. One alternative approach to using the CEM model could also be to use the data on the dermal absorption of phthalates from an article such as vinyl film. And this is the article that Dr. Babich just referred to, the Dysinger et al. 1998, or data on the transfer of phthalates from a vinyl film to skin, such as the data that can be found in Kawakami et al. 2020. In the latter case, a dermal absorption data using neat phthalates might be more appropriate in certain situations for estimating dermal absorption rates. And so for a final recommendation for this charge question, it's recommended that that EPA review and consider the data on dermal absorption by Dysinger 1998 and Kawakami 2020. And it's also recommended that during the process of preparing draft risk evaluations generally, that when EPA recognizes data gaps, that the agency stakeholders should be approached and asked about running studies prior to the draft being finalized in order to have sufficiently robust and appropriate data to correctly address the risk.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants again. I think it's the same group. Dr. Graham?
Yes, all of my comments were included. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Babich?
Yeah, no additional comments.
Okay. Dr. Lee?
All my comments are included. I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. And Dr. Heiger-Bernays?
Same here. All have been addressed and included. And thank you, Dr. Samuel, for drafting up the summary.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the SACC? EPA, do you have any clarifying questions?
Hi, this is Aaron Murray with the EPA. No clarifying questions, but thank you for the feedback.
Okay.
Welcome.
I think if everyone agrees, before we jump into the next question, how about a 10-minute break? Dr. Kamal, is that okay?
I agree. I love breaks.
All right, let's take a quick break and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Before we move on to the next charge question, I just wanted to take a minute and just see if there were any clarifications or any added comments we need to related to the questions we've discussed today. Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. And I'd like to present something. I think I have a share screen capability, so I would like to do that. And Dr. Cavell, I sent this to you, Dr. Samuel, and Dr. Gentry, so it can be posted on the record. Before I put this up, this is a graphic out of an article I found this morning in a literature search based on some of the discussions we had yesterday. And so I want to preface my comments with, I have had access to this article for about 4 hours, and I have been also trying to co-lead this meeting with Dr. Gentry. And so the interpretations are that were done in the interstitial space of those activities. So with that, let me see if I can get this pulled up. And can you folks see that?
Yes, I can.
Sorry about the side panels. But what you'll see here is a graphic that shows different kinds of masks. And if you go to this is what I was trying to show. I'm going to have to unshare that screen and reshare it. I am very sorry. I don't even know how to unshare now. There it is. I'm going to stop sharing. I have to reshare it. I'm sorry. I had the wrong graph pulled up. Try now. They look very similar. The graph I was just showing was the masks themselves. So here's a graphic that shows it still shows the masks. It still shows the masks. Let me try that one more time. If this won't work, I'll just describe what's in the graphs.
If you would like, I can share my screen if it doesn't work with you, and I can show the graph, the second page you're talking about, right?
It's showing properly on my screen here, but I can't get it to show the proper one for, oh, you know what? That's a PowerPoint. That's what it is. I figured it out. I'm trying to share a PowerPoint. It's not the right thing. Here, sorry. I tried to do that in a PowerPoint and it was the wrong thing. So what are you folks seeing? Are you folks seeing something that says masks, or are you seeing nasal lavage?
All I see is our day.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same.
So you see our day, and I can't see the graphics.
It says the face mask phthalates at the top.
Okay.
It's a Microsoft Word document. It's a Microsoft Word document.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see that on my screen. So, but if you look at that, it shows that there are did that show a legend now at the top, or did it not?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, so if you look at this, we've got somewhere between 3 and 4.5 micrograms of exposure per individual per 8-hour day. And this is in a hospital, and this is related to an 8-hour shift in a hospital and phthalate exposure, and you can see all the different phthalates up there. Each phthalate is quantified. There's an extensive table in the supporting documents. This basically is going to 2 points. Phthalate exposure in workplaces that may or may not have been well considered in this draft risk assessment. And 2, the contributions of face masks to potentially to phthalate exposures. And I haven't read this article enough to determine if this is phthalates from the face mask specifically contributing to exposures or not preventing exposures. And I can't tell which. So just full disclosure there. But I think this is a really important thing for us to consider, and that the range of exposures per individual in this setting is somewhere between 3 and 4.5 micrograms per day of phthalate, of total phthalate. That's these 8 phthalates that are here. And with that, I'm going to, that's all I wanted to say, and see if there were comments or thoughts about this.
Well, Dr. Cobb, the file that you sent me has only 2 pages. This is one of them, and then there's another page. Would you like only these 2 pages to be posted, or would you like the full article to be posted?
Well, I think we need the full article. I'd like to know how
Yes.
they determined these phthalates were present. How did they sample?
Yeah, I will provide this. I read the article. Basically, they did a nasal rinse with saline solution, and they analyzed these by GCMS. So that was the procedure in a nutshell. So, and it's a 2025 study. So I'm not trying to fault EPA for not seeing it. It's a brand new study.
So they didn't actually extract the phthalate from the mask. All they did was rinse it.
No, the nasal cavity. This information is the nasal cavity that you're looking at is the nasal cavity. And I'll just scroll down. This that we started with is the mask content. Did that change the mask content as I scrolled down?
Yes.
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 Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what they did to extract the phthalates from the nasal, not the nasal cavity, from the masks themselves. So that data is in the article as well.
Okay.
And I do not remember the exact extraction technique that they used for the mask. I don't remember. That's part of why I started with this, because this is the meat of it, is that these people are exposed to a fair amount of phthalate in a occupational setting that I'm not sure we're considering very carefully.
Okay. Lots of hands popped up. Dr. Chason.
Thank you. It's interesting you put this up because not too long ago, when I was looking at information about the kinds of building materials that go into different kinds of building, there were comments in a couple different places about healthcare workers being screened and had some of the levels of phthalates, which is very concerning in a way. But I haven't had time to go back and reharvest some of that. However, what I'm probably asking the group is that there appears to be a good deal of, well, there appears to be some actual research and monitoring and at least conversation about the possibility of healthcare workers, either because of masks or other reasons, which might be their environment, that puts them into a category that, in my way of thinking, fits directly into the definition in Lautenberg's paragraph about pests. Now, I know we always think about pests as poor people or, children or whatever, but in this particular case, this may be, if it fits, is there any reason people think that it can't be called that if indeed we have evidence to show that they're uniquely exposed, which is one of the conditions under Lautenberg's, sort of standards.
I guess
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know if you're trying to get an answer from me or George or
anybody.
Allah.
And we could include it in the conversations on exposure if people think it's appropriate, and that's kind of what I'm assuming, George, that's what you're kind of putting on the table.
Well, I was putting this on the table as potential exposures from personal care protection, or either that it's not as effective as we think it is, at least these kinds of masks. But these masks weren't designed to protect against phthalates. That's not necessarily the point.
Right.
No, you think you're misunderstanding my point. My point is that healthcare workers wear masks a lot. And the other situation was gloves. And the third situation was the buildings they're in are full of tubing, all kinds of stuff that also is laden with phthalates. And if indeed they're in an environment and wearing things like these masks, they may, in fact, fall directly under the concept of pests. So if everyone agrees, I'm willing to harvest that information and include it as a suggestion under the discussions in charge question 11, if you think that's appropriate.
Well, I think the concept of pests is reasonable, and if it fits in charge question 11, it's reasonable as well.
I would just add, so first, I think, okay, there are two pieces here. First, I think that this type of mask is likely, and someone from EPA or maybe Dr. Cheng may know the answer, is likely a non-TSCA condition of use because it is a medical device under FDA regulatory authority. However, and so that is this really highlights why non-TSCA contributions to cumulative exposures can be very, very important. So I don't know whether this can be included as a TSCA COU because think masks are medical devices. We did include in our comments to charge question 12 that some material on medical exposures, which are non-TSCA, need to be included. And I think that goes exactly to Dr. Chasen's point, which is kind of the second part of my comment here, which is that healthcare workers in this example are one group that we could consider as pests defined for high exposure, right? So we talked about that there may be pests that are missed and that are at that upper 5 percentile of the NHANES distribution based on very unique in the population exposures that aren't captured very well in a representative national population. Most of us don't have all these medical exposures. But if we can define some scenarios for high exposure pests, that I think we're in agreement, those of us who commented so far, that could be very important. I don't know how it works with non-TSCA conditions of use, such as medical products. So we have to think about that.
Okay. Dr. Wolf.
Yeah, I think the other aspect of this is a real opportunity for the agency to use, since you've got both the concentration in the mask and then the concentration in the nasal cavity. This is kind of like a human nose-only exposure. And you've got it over, well, it is, I mean, it's not much different than we do for the rats. We stick them in, so, and you got it over a period of time. And I think you can add this to your quantitative exposure models to say, well, how much, at least over an 8-hour period, is coming off relative to the different contributions from the different phthalates. So that might give you some relative contribution numbers. And then the other part of this is comparing this exposure, 8-hour exposure, to your inhalation risk characterization to see if that is predictive and protective. So I think there's a real opportunity for this, as I applaud Dr. Cobb for finding it. But these are the kinds of things that I think can help the agency to help quantify some of the missing exposure pieces, and not just the particular population, but also just in general. We rarely have this kind of data, so that's a great thing to have, where you can quantify percentage of exposure, which are the actual, so it looks like DEHP has been mentioned as the primary one, but may not be the primary one in the mix. Also should help you with your common assessment group on the exposure piece. Because again, all of these are in the mask, but not all of them are coming into the nasal space. So it might impact, at least on the inhalation cumulative risk discussion, which are more likely to be exposed. And I think in that other part that I saw, the relative proportions are closer to each other than what you see in the nasal lavage fluid. So really interesting, and some real opportunities for some quantitation are for the agency.
Okay. Dr. Graham?
I do not disagree with anything that was said, but I think we do need to look at this study. Was a pre-work nasal rinse done as a control to see if perhaps this isn't coming from the mask, but rather from cumulative, whatever they did in the car, getting to work, etc. So I think we really need to review that study.
So, if I can respond just quickly to that, the data in this table do not demonstrate it very effectively, but there is a supporting documents table that shows that those data were collected for control pre-exposure, and with a saline rinse of the nasal cavity. And there's a statistical comparison that shows that there's a statistical difference before and after the shift.
Okay.
So, but those are great questions, and these data that I visualized for you do not capture those questions. So, very astute question from these limited data. And I will make sure that this document gets posted to, I guess, the SharePoint site, or maybe I'll just email it to everybody on the committee.
Okay.
Some of you already have it.
All right. Dr. Ottinger.
Kudos for finding that paper, Dr. Cobb. That's really telling. My point was twofold. Number one, it would be really helpful to have other areas of exposure, meaning through gloves. Since these compounds are lipophilic, you would expect that to go through the skin, and that's, I think, part of what we're already tasked with, the dermal exposures. And it would be very interesting if we could somehow get an accumulated estimate of exposure in that sense. The second thing is that I think there are potentially other kinds of pest-like populations, such as in the paint industry and others, and certainly furniture in places where they use plastic coatings. So if this serves as a kind of example, it's probably one of many which would serve to put a data set together that demonstrates the exposures that are really serious. And the DEHP part of it, which we know is very bioactive, becomes really concerning as well. So thanks for finding that.
Okay, Dr. Cheng?
Oh, oh, wait, hold on. All right, sorry. Yeah, definitely piece of very interesting information, but there's nothing I can comment on that one. From the human fruits program, not from a medical device, so sorry about that. But appreciate it if that article can be shared with all the committees, or upload in a SharePoint. Maybe I can share with my colleagues to get some response. All right, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Jenkins?
Sorry, I didn't know you were going to call so quickly. I was just going to caution, yes, like Dr. Graham mentioned, that the study should be reviewed. I see that it was conducted in Iran. I don't know if, the surgical masks there are similar to what would be used in the US. And then, yes, there was a control, but it appears only one person as a control. So interesting study, but, I just wanted to echo the caution about it. Thank you.
Dr. Fanning?
There we go. There's the audio button. I just wanted to say for folks on the committee that you heard in our read-in to the record for charge question 12 that we were planning to incorporate some specific scenarios for high exposure pests that EPA could consider. And so additions to that will be welcome as we prepare a final report.
Okay. All right. Dr. Chason?
Thank you. I will try to get back, just for the record, I'm going to try to expand on the work that I know that's out there and reharvest it and add those references and some perspective, just as Eleanor just pointed out. I just wanted to make one comment about things being, quote, covered under FDA or covered under EPA. For example, there are two examples we've had now over the last 2 days. One was agricultural, which is these great big, you drive by and you see these fields covered in white stuff, or, all these different kinds of big, huge coverings on the fields. One would think, okay, USDA's got it or FDA's got it. It's going to be a field. There's going to be food in it, and so it must be covered. In fact, the regulatory authority is very, very specific for like EPA pesticides or what is covered under food additives or other like medical devices or whatever. And for FDA, many times that is defined as intended use, and the efficacy But in a situation like this, where it's masks, and you can say, well, doctors and nurses and everybody wears masks, so it must be a medical thing. NIST has done studies, and if you will, regulation is just whether or not, if you say it's 95% effective for filtering viruses or bacteria, that's what they're regulating. They're regulating efficacy in the use of the medical application or whatever. The concept of whether there's something, quote, safe, like we're talking about here, usually does not fall for stuff like this, but I will check it out. But this is just like the covering, it's kind of orphaned out there. Nobody is in charge of regulating whether the agricultural cover puts something into the ground that comes up later on, either in the water or the food, as far as I can tell. And so my point is just that we shouldn't dismiss things that we think fall into some of these categories under other regulatory authorities without being sure that, in fact, for the purpose that we're looking at it, whether it's indeed covered or not. So it's just sort of a general point. And we can expand on that a little bit in our discussion early on about other regulatory authorities having authority over some of this. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a regulatory attorney, so this will just be as best as I can determine from my experience on regulatory authorities. So
I would just think, if we think it's an issue, and this is just my opinion, EPA or Dr. Kamal can chime in, but if we think it's something we need to raise, it becomes part of our response. And if it's not within EPA's purview, that's how they respond to our recommendation.
Yes, I defer to the EPA team to answer this question.
we can put it in the report, and EPA can, just like everything else, they can use it or defer it for some other reason. So,
Dr. Cobb.
I didn't want to step on Dr. Fanning's comment, so she had a comment. Perhaps I just wanted to answer a couple of questions that came up. I did find a couple of articles about phthalates in disposable gloves. And I also found information about contributions of various plastics to exposures in the workplace. And it seemed like I didn't have a chance to read these things, just the abstracts. It did seem like it was maybe sailing bags, disposable tubing, those kinds of things, perhaps in hospital care systems, but it could have been in packaging facilities. I'm just not sure yet. I was hurriedly screening through these things.
Dr. Fanning, I'm going to go back to you first because I think I stepped over you, but I apologize.
No, that's fine. I just actually, I was going to say, I think it would be good for EPA to weigh in on what kind of our boundaries are with regard to kind of non-TSCA COUs, and how we can include them in our comments on cumulative risk, even if we can't include them as a recommendation for an additional COU, if that makes sense. So I would like to hear from EPA on that. For example, I think the, food service gloves that Dr. Cobb brings up are, our plastic articles, but I think that medical plastics like the, tubing, blood bags, respiratory masks, etc., are things that we would talk about as part of a cumulative risk scenario. And I'd like to hear from EPA if someone is prepared to respond.
Yes, I see that EPA's on. Let's give them an opportunity opportunity to weigh in.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Kathy Denicio for EPA. I have a response. I'm not sure it's going to be satisfactory, Dr. Fanning, but I think what Dr. Gentry had proposed a few moments ago, which is, you are, it's well within your purview to include it in your response. And then if it is something that is outside the scope of TSCA and outside the purview of EPA, that's how we will likely respond, in our response to your feedback. So I think that would be sort of the extent of, I can't speak to how we would incorporate it or would not. But you're welcome to include it in your response, and then we'd work on what we can or can't do within the bounds of TSCA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cobb.
I was just going to echo, thank you, Dr. Danishu, for that reply. I think this committee has in the past said, we understand your statutory boundaries for TSCA, but to have a scientifically credible, or the most scientifically credible assessment that can be done, you have to consider these things or acknowledge that you omitted them, and that could be a large source of an exposure. And in this case, we're seeing that perhaps it is a large case of exposure, a large source of exposure. That's all I wanted to say. I think we need to reframe everything we do in the best scientific assessment of exposures. And if it falls outside of TSCA boundaries, then maybe the EPA writ large has to do that further assessment past TSCA.
Okay, Dr. Ottinger.
I just have a quick question for the EPA. I've stayed away from the term exposome because it denotes individual exposures and accumulation of exposures. Is that something that the EPA considers as one of the terminologies that is now being used more often, or is it too individually based?
I'm sorry, Dr. Ottinger, is the question whether you can use the term exposome?
No, I mean, it's more like that just opens another can of worms, to tell you the truth, because when you get into the whole exposome thing, then you end up with a lot of individual data, which are not particularly productive if you're trying to derive, more general models and everything. And so I was actually wondering about scope rather than, the terminology. I mean, I raised the point exposome if we want to use it later, but I don't see where it's actually that relevant for this unless others feel that it would be useful.
Yeah, I mean, do you have a question for me on that, or are you posing that to the committee?
I'm just throwing it out there, and I guess you answered my question from the standpoint that if we want to say something about it, we can. And I guess I was just further commenting that I don't see the point right now, but it may come up. So.
And I would say generally to your point that anytime you're using a term that may be broad in scope or have different interpretations, it's always helpful for the committee to define what they mean by a term, more generally.
Right.
And that's always good for clarity. So that might be relevant here and just more generally.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was trying not to derail this basically. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the committee? Or EPA? Okay, I know we're getting close to the end of the day, but I think if we could make it through 16, it would actually put us close to being back on track for tomorrow morning. So I will turn it over to EPA to read charge question 16 into the record.
Hey there, Aaron Murray here from EPA. So charge question 16. Because phthalates are semi-volatile and exhibit low rates of absorption, EPA assumed the material may remain on the skin until washed. Also, EPA assumed that a worker may contact the material multiple times per day. Therefore, it is possible that the material exists on the skin surface for the duration of the work shift, or until the material on the skin surface is depleted. Although the worker is not necessarily handling the material directly for the entirety of the work shift. Please comment on the possibility and likelihood that a non-volatile chemical with low absorption may be contacted multiple times during a work shift, i.e., the worker is handling the chemical intermittently throughout the work shift. It may exist on the skin surface for a total of 8 hours or until the material on the skin surface is depleted, including the representativeness of this exposure scenario to the COUs.
Okay, thank you. And again, I will turn it over to Dr. Samuel.
Thank you very much. And I just one clarification as I read this, so there's no confusion. As you all remember, the EPA noted earlier today that they changed the word semi-volatile in the first line of this charge question. It was originally non-volatile, and indeed in the main question, it's still non-volatile. And that was the question that the group responded to with respect to this particular charge question. So here are the group's comments. EPA assumed for the purposes of dermal retention time that phthalates are non-volatile. However, the evidence in the literature, as discussed in detail below, indicates that certain phthalates are semi-volatile and that exposure to these substances could occur through contact either with the solid or vapor phase. According to the comments of, again, Dr. John Kissel, who provided public comments in this particular risk evaluation, the phthalates of concern here are not non-volatile. They are semi-volatile organic compounds, or SVOCs, and he refers the reader to Weschler and Nazaroff 2008, which provides the vapor pressure ranges for these substances. He also notes that an observed characteristic of SVOCs is that they redistribute via vapor deposition following thermodynamic gradients on all surfaces, including human skin and clothing, when introduced into indoor environments, and therefore releases via, for example, open containers, imperfectly sealed containers, spills, or fugitive emissions from production lines would be expected to produce releases into the workplace. And then I just wanted to note that that our group also added that in addition to such direct releases as described by Dr. Kissel, SVOCs can also bind to particulates in the air and in the environment, and therefore contribute potentially to dermal inhalation or hand-to-mouth exposure potential. Consistent with Dr. Kissel's comments, the group noted that there is sufficient evidence in the literature to support the significance of the air-to-skin transfer pathway for certain volatile and semi-volatile compounds. And in some instances, this exposure can constitute a substantial proportion of the total body exposure. And that comes from Garrido et al. 2019. Some examples of these compounds include phenol, nicotine, and nitrobenzene, all with vapor pressures between approximately 0.2 and 1 millimeter of mercury at room temperature. Other researchers have also reported that transfer of semi-volatile compounds, i.e. with vapor pressures that are 4 to 14 orders of magnitude below that, what would be considered a volatile compound, to the skin would be greater than initially assumed or estimated, and that was addressed by Wei et al. 2019. Additionally, Weschler and Nazaroff in 2012 reported that semi-volatile compounds measured in hand wipes may reflect exposure from both contaminated surfaces and direct deposition from the air. Again, going back to Garrido et al. 2019, these researchers measured the passive dermal exposure potential, of a number of phthalates, including BBP, DBP, DIBP, DEHP, and DEP, with 4 head wipes using isopropanol-soaked gauze pads, which were approximately 15 square centimeters of skin surface sampled. The results showed, and this study was a US study, it was conducted in California. The results showed substantial variation in loading for the detected phthalates, ranging from 11 micrograms per square meter to 11,000 micrograms per square meter, which would be equivalent to 0.0011 to 1 milligram per square centimeter. These measurements are consistent with most human skin surface measurements of dermal loading of solids, or SVOCs, in the literature, which have been, when they've been measured and evaluated, are typically below 1,000 micrograms per centimeter squared, and often below 1 microgram per centimeter squared, with some exceptions in the literature noted, such as soils, mud, and immersion in metal powder as examples. An upper bound loading value of 1 milligram per centimeter squared is also consistent with the research that has been previously conducted in support of the development of the Dermal Advanced REACH tool, or dermal art model, in the European Union in support of REACH, in which a value of 1 milligram per centimeter squared was noted for solids as part of an analysis of maximum retention capacity on the skin surface. And that comes from Goda et al. 2018. It was also noted that with respect to the relationship between the skin and clothing, that Weschler and Nazaroff 2012 reported that based on the available evidence, only a small amount of protection appeared to be provided with clothing. In other words, it provided minimal protection from contact or transfer of semi-volatile compounds. These authors further reported that the transfer of skin oils to clothing appears likely to enhance the partitioning of semi-volatile chemicals into the clothing from the air. Morrison et al. 2016 similarly found that phthalate exposure increased approximately 3 to 6-fold when the subject was wearing previously contaminated clothing. On the other hand, other studies have demonstrated a protective effect associated with clean, previously unexposed clothing, and citations are provided. So with respect to the evaluation of this group, it was noted that it is likely that a non-volatile chemical or semi-volatile chemical with low absorption may be contacted multiple times during a work shift. And this does seem plausible to this discussing group, and that recontact could happen due to repeat work processes, or would happen due to those repeat work processes. And it is difficult to avoid, in all instances, minor spills of high viscosity liquids that may contaminate the outside of containers, for example. Such scenarios could also contribute to hand-to-mouth exposure to phthalates. However, it is also possible that phthalates may bind tightly enough to the skin to limit the opportunity for hand-to-mouth transfer if the phthalates are not bound to particles in the environment rather than the skin itself. But if they are on those particles, such as particulate or dust in the indoor environment, that would be a different scenario. It's also noted by the discussants that it is a common assumption used in both occupational and consumer exposure scenarios that a hydrophobic chemical could remain on the skin until washed, especially if the chemical is contacted multiple times during a work shift. And indeed, with respect to phthalate phthalate exposure and washing of the skin specifically, an article by Gong et al. 2014 reported that the measured percent of reduction of phthalates, and specifically DIBP, DNBP, and DEHP from the hands achieved by hand washing had a mean range of 60 to 75% reduction for the palms and 35 to 51% reduction for the back of the hands. So not a complete reduction. It seems unlikely that an employee would go an entire 8-hour work shift without hand washing, assuming that hand washing facilities are available. However, there are some data which indicate that there is a wide range of the number of times in a day that a worker may choose to wash their hands. In a survey of, for example, rubber manufacturing workers, which may have no direct relationship, to be clear, to phthalate-related data on this question, workers are stratified into 3 categories for hand washing frequency, considered low, which was 0 to 4 times per shift, moderate, which was 5 to 9 times per shift, and high, which was greater than 10 times per shift. And they found in those instances that 77 of 202 washed their hands 0 to 4 times, 54 washed their hands 5 to 9 times, and 71 of 202 washed their hands more than 10 times per shift. It appears that the respondents were unselected or representative, so this suggests that in a manufacturing setting, the median worker is likely to wash their hands several times per day, although some workers still will wash their hands 0 to 4 times per day. In a separate cross-sectional survey of workers, which were described as primarily in manufacturing and service industries, 212 of 241, or 88% of survey respondents, reported always washing their hands when using the restroom, which suggests that workers are likely to wash their hands at least once during a work shift when they use the restroom. However, these data come from very small sample sizes, so they should be interpreted with caution. Given the extreme to high, or high to extreme, I should say, hydrophobicity of phthalates specifically, it is also plausible that phthalates are resistant to washing once bound to the skin. And this is sometimes assessed in dermal absorption studies. For example, the SACC et al. 1989 study found that 19 to 86% of the applied phthalate dose remained at the application site on the skin 7 days after application. A number of studies have also evaluated the influence of repeated contacts generally on skin loading for various substances. According to Sommel et al. 2021, the weight of evidence in the literature suggests that additive or repeated contacts with the skin result in increased loading up to approximately 4 to 8 contacts, after which the total quantitative loading appears to level off or approach a steady state loading with further contacts. The relative transfer efficiencies with repeated contacts were also consistent in this study with the majority of other investigations that showed a trend of diminishing transfer efficiency with increasing repeated contacts. This study also reported that for the study investigating that was reported to have investigated the largest continuous number of repeated contacts, which was Rhodes et al. 2001, which looked at indoor dust. Those authors found that the loading of dust on the hands did not change linearly with the evaluation in number of with the elevation, in number of contacts with the surface, but rather a pattern was observed where dust built up on the hands and then was deposited back onto the original surface in sequence in essentially a sine wave motion or frequency. It is plausible that transfer of non-volatile chemical can also occur during manufacturing and processing. There are other studies that have looked at this transfer and measured it on a number of scenarios for skin surfaces. And those studies have all been cited here. They include Cohen-Hubble as well as Chester 2010, and have shown that, again, transfer to the skin is common in that range from below 1 microgram per square centimeter up to about 1,000 micrograms per square centimeter, depending on the scenario. Exposure controls can also have a significant influence on the amount of a substance that can load onto the skin to begin with. For processes and environments where contact with the skin is limited or even eliminated through engineering controls such as ventilation, isolation, or other process equipment or tools, it is likely that loading on the skin surface could be minimal or unmeasurable. And those controls should be taken into account when establishing similar exposure groups for workers, rather than assuming that each individual would have loading on the skin regardless of those controls. And this will in turn, these SEGs or similarly exposed groups will in turn, of course, directly affect and influence the development of the appropriate OESs or CESs, which then directly feed into the risk evaluation or risk determination process. As noted in previous SACC reports, many industrial hygiene reports and inspectors' notes from field locations or studies or operations include information on the measures in place to reduce air or skin or surface contamination in the workplace. Where these data are available, EPA could compare sampling results from similar workplaces with different controls or levels of control to determine the impact of these controls on exposure. Personal protective equipment, such as respirators or gloves, can also serve to reduce exposures in certain situations, and at times substantially. However, as also previously noted by the SACC, PPE is widely considered to be the control of last resort, which often equates to the least reliable and least effective form of exposure reduction. The level of control achieved is also difficult to evaluate. For example, the level of contamination that could occur inside respirators or gloves will depend on a number of factors, including the type and suitability of the personal protective equipment, the training that was provided to the individuals using it, how the equipment was stored, inspected, cleaned, or maintained, how well the PPE fits each of the individuals who are using it, and how meticulously the individual is wearing the PPE, including how they take it off and put it back on. Each of these factors can vary, sometimes widely, between workplaces and also between workers. It is notable that OSHA, MSHA, and NIOSH do not attempt to correct exposure measurements based on respirator or glove use alone, and there is no known mechanism for EPA to do so. Additionally, and as we just heard from Dr. Cobb, with respect to phthalate exposure specifically, certain types of personal protective equipment, including both respirators and gloves, have been documented to contribute to exposure, and those citations are included here in the report. So with respect to recommendations regarding this particular charge question, the group, in terms of our preliminary recommendations, has recommended that based on the available evidence, that it is important to note that certain phthalates are semi-volatile rather than non-volatile compounds, and the assumptions about exposure should therefore be adjusted or made accordingly. Further, the limited available data on the measured dermal loading of phthalates on the skin surface, even though they are limited, indicates that these measurements appear to be consistent with the weight of evidence in the literature for quantitative loading across other semi-volatile and solid non-volatile compound transfers and loading on the skin that have been tested. Also, the nature and frequency of skin contact with phthalates of interest, whether they are semi-volatile or non-volatile, will depend entirely on the scenario in which they are being used, whether that's manufacturing, processing, or other use such as consumer use. And as a result, developing an assumption related to any single duration of contact with the skin does not appear to be scientifically supportable or reliable. An assumption of 8 hours could certainly represent a reasonable scenario, but may also overestimate or underestimate the potential for exposure, possibly significantly, as evidenced in the research of LCC et al. 1989, in which phthalates were measured on the skin many days later. So if the agency does decide to maintain an assumption of 8 hours, it is recommended that they provide a transparent explanation for the selection of that value and how it could cover a variety of scenarios, or which specific scenarios it is intended to cover and which ones it may not cover. And then finally, it could be more appropriate for EPA to consider examining the range of risk estimates that result for the relevant COUs when assuming a uniform distribution, for example, between 0 and 24 hours of exposure duration on the skin surface, and performing a probabilistic analysis or sensitivity analysis to understand at what duration of contact time the risk could become unreasonable. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Samuel. Let's go to your associate discussants, Dr. Graham.
All of my comments have been included. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Dr. Babbage.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Dr. David.
No additional comments. Thank you.
And Dr. Spade.
I have no additional comments. Thanks for the excellent summary.
Okay. Anybody else from the SACC? Okay. EPA, do you have any clarifying questions?
Hey, this is Aaron Murray from the EPA. No clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think that gets us to a stopping point for today. I will turn it over. Before I do that, thank you everyone for your hard work. It's been a heavy lift on a lot of this. I know everyone is working really hard. I got a quick comment from one member, could we get some sleep tonight? So I'm hoping we all can get some rest. The finish line is in sight. But again, thank you all for all your hard work, and thank you, EPA, for your input. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Kamal.
Thank you, Dr. Gentry. And thank you all today for these discussions, for the breakout rooms, for everything was very interesting today. And tomorrow will be our last day for this SACC peer review. Hopefully, we're going to be able to finish all the charge questions that are remaining. And that said, then we will see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.